Chapter 2095. He led his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. Then he defeated the supreme demon king who was guarding the treasure. Just as he was about to get his hands on the treasure, he did not expect that there would be so many people coming out of nowhere. He was not satisfied. But what could he do even if he was unwilling? The monster horde brought by the other party was too powerful. Even if he had 5 elite almighties with him, it was not enough. Even if he fought with the other party at all costs, he would suffer heavy losses even if he could fight back, and the other party would only lose the monster horde. But as long as there was a beast tamer, he could catch a bunch of these monsters. So no matter what, they would be at a disadvantage. Go! The 7th prince gritted his teeth. He planned for a while and finally decided to retreat. Want to leave? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing sneered. Then she led a dozen monster wolves and rushed forward. They blocked the way. On the other hand, Lin Xian waved his hand and carefully took away the purple, golden blood dragon ginseng. Then he urged the power King Kong apes to rush forward. Get lost! When the elite mighty beings beside the 7th prince saw this, they roared out in rage and struck out immediately. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were surrounded by the monster horde. In the next moment, the king domain soared into the sky and turned into bright lights, shaking the surroundings. As for the monstrous beasts, they were roaring in anger. The sky was torn apart mercilessly in an instant. The entire space exploded. The battle broke out. It was very intense. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves with all their might. On the other side, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many elders and princes looked at the crystal screen. Their mouths twitched. Those who supported the 8th prince were originally worried, but now they all laughed when they saw this. As for those who supported the 7th prince, their faces darkened. They gritted their teeth. Unexpected. Surprise! It was too much of a surprise. They did not expect the other party to have a space scroll and be able to tame so many monster horde. Damn it! How were these 3 young people? Together with the monster horde, it was definitely a powerful lineup. Ordinary elite almighties could not compete with them. Damn! Where did the 8th prince find such a powerful beast tamer? The others were even more shocked. They were all experts, so they naturally knew the strength of a beast tamer. But it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. An average beast tamer would have no problem taming 1 or 2 demon kings. But how many of them were there? There were at least 50 of them, right? To tame so many of them, one had to be at the level of a supreme being. However, the other party had managed to do it. How did he do it? They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, even now, they were still unable to determine which beast tamer had done it. The Empress's face darkened when she saw this. To be honest, she was a little worried. This was because the effect of the 8th prince's team was simply too shocking. She was very worried. If the 1st prince encountered him, would he be able to contend against him? Beside him, the emperor nodded his head slightly. At first, he thought that 8th brother was too reckless and arrogant, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party must have planned this. It was indeed not bad to have such a plan and strength. Therefore, the emperor nodded and smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, it was extremely intense. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, exploding in all directions. However, in the end, the 7th prince and the others were still no match for them, because no matter how strong they were, they had to take care of their own injuries. But at this moment, under the control of Lin Xian, those beasts seemed to have gone crazy as they charged forward without any regard for their lives. Under such a reckless battle, the people on the 7th prince's side simply couldn't do it. In fact, there were even 3 elite supreme beings who were directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, the result of these 5 supreme beings and the 7th prince joining forces was also very terrifying. A few power King Kong apes were directly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. There were even more than 10 demon wolves that were split into 2 halves. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a hellish azure field. However, the remaining Power King Kong apes and demon wolves were even crazier. And in Lin Xian's eyes, mysterious golden runes would appear from time to time. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were even crazily attacking. Both of them were peerless geniuses with powerful strength. At this moment, they cooperated with these beasts and joined the battle. The power was even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm so angry. The seventh prince was so angry that he went crazy, but those elite supreme beings had gloomy expressions. As they spoke, Qi Huanzi hurriedly threw out a few jade talisman trump cards to lure them away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The seventh prince gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain. He knew that his performance was now being watched by countless royal elders and princes of the emperor's royal family. He was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, his injuries became even more serious. Although he had killed quite a few demon beasts, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, the seventh prince gritted his teeth and took out 3 jade talisman trump cards from his storage ring, throwing them in 3 different directions. He hoped to lure away Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. Sure enough, when the 3 of them saw the jade talisman trump cards, they immediately chased after them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the seventh prince and the others quickly escaped. Should I chase? Duan Qingqing asked, looking eager to give it a try. It seemed that she still wanted to chase after them. On the other side, Lu Fei was also a little excited. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Forget it, we've already benefited greatly." Moreover, as a prince, he must have some life-saving means to participate in this kind of battle. Even if he chased after them with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them. Besides, I don't really want to kill a prince. I'm not stupid enough to become enemies with the Tai dynasty. That's true. Hearing these words, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei didn't chase after them. They comforted some of the remaining demon beasts, then looked at Lin Xian expectantly. "Lin Xian, we've put in a lot of effort this time. Can you give us some of that amethyst blood ginseng?" Duan Qingqing asked quickly. Lu Fei, who was standing at the side, was also looking forward to it. After all, it was a famous treasure of heaven and earth. If they could take some of it, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation and strength. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for myself." In the next moment, he took out the amethyst blood ginseng and divided it into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. "You're not bad," Duan Qingqing said with a smile. Lu Fei took it and said, "Brother Lin, thank you so much." Then the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and started to take the ginseng. Chapter 2096. Brother Lin, thank you so much. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the pills. On the other side, Lin Xian did not consume the pills directly. He took out a few more heavenly treasures and then the 1,000 beast cauldron and began to refine the pills. As he refined the pills, he guarded the 2 of them. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei woke up, they immediately smiled. That was because they felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become incomparably pure. Moreover, it had improved by a large margin. This made them extremely happy. All of a sudden, it was comparable to decades of their cultivation. However, when they saw Lin Xian refining the pills, they were instantly dumbfounded. Duan Qingqing even pouted. "Damn, you actually know how to refine pills. Why didn't you say so earlier?" She was really surprised. She did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine pills. Although the effects were great after they swallowed the pills raw, if they were combined with other heavenly treasures to refine pills, the effects would be even greater. However, the 2 of them were really too excited, so they did not ask anything and ate the pills directly. Now that they saw Lin Xian refining pills by himself, The two of them were a little stunned. Ling Xian also opened his eyes, then said with a smile, "You didn't ask. Moreover, you ate so quickly. I wanted to ask you, but I didn't have time." Damn! Duan Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other side, Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. However, the two of them decided that if they found any more treasures during this period, they would not eat them directly. Instead, they would give them to Lin Xian for him to refine pills. Lin Xian's refining skills were not to be trifled with, so he finished refining very quickly. He refined a total of 5 pills, each of which was crystal clear like a crystal. Lin Xian put away 4 of them, then took one and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a pure energy emerged in his body and quickly cleansed his meridians. Feeling this energy, he nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go and continue our journey." Duan Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the demon wolf. "Lin Xian, what kind of clan are you from?" "That's too perverted. Not only was his swordsmanship outstanding, he was also a beast tamer, and now he was also an alchemist. Don't tell me you're an all-rounder. Do you know anything about arrays?" Lu Fei was also very curious. To be honest, he and Duan Jingjing were both peerless geniuses and were very powerful. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a mighty figure. However, the two of them didn't know anything other than peak battle prowess. He did not know how to tame beasts, nor did he know how to refine pills. Of course, this wasn't their fault. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. The other exceptional heavens favorites didn't know how to do it either. Only specialized beast tamers and alchemists would know how to do it. This was because alchemy and beast taming not only required talent, but also a special soul force. He still needed to spend a lot of time to study and master these things. Normally, they were all exclusive geniuses. Like alchemists, it was not that there were no young alchemists, but their battle prowess would not be stronger than them. It was the same for beast tamers. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Xian who was very strong in alchemy, beast taming, and battle prowess. It could be said that he had never seen such a person before. After hearing this, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm an all-rounder or not, but I know a little about arrays and restrictions that you mentioned." "Damn, you really know how to do it." Duan Qingqing's eyes widened as if she had discovered something new. She was very curious. Lu Fei, who was next to her, also felt dizzy. "Damn, he's already an all-rounder. Brother, don't provoke us anymore." Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were very depressed. In the end, the 3 of them quickly went on their way. Not only them, but all the princes' groups in the entire space began to move. They searched for the ruins crazily and snatched the other princes' jade talismans and trump cards. Battles continued to break out. However, in terms of overall strength, the eldest prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince were the strongest. The eldest prince's side was divided into 3 groups. The Golden Lion King led a group alone, while the eldest prince and the Herculean King each led a group. The 3rd prince's side was divided into 2 groups. One was led by the 3rd prince, and the other was led by the First Blade and an elder expert. The 8th prince's side was very special. Although they were 2 groups, Lin Xian's side had very few people. There were only 3 young geniuses. Most of the strength was gathered by the 8th prince's side. Therefore, all the groups that encountered the 8th prince's group were defeated, and it was a quick success or failure. The other princes, on the other hand, had joined forces to fight against the 8th prince. After all, they didn't have much hope of becoming the crown prince. However, they didn't want to lose so unjustly and let the eldest prince and the others become the crown prince so easily. Therefore, they had to join forces to fight. Although these princes were weak, when 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they were also a very terrifying force. Therefore, for a period of time, the competition was very intense. In the worst case, there were even elite experts who had fallen. As for the ancient ruins, they were even more determined to get it. However, something strange had happened these days, because two bandits had appeared. Many princes had been robbed by them. The weaker princes didn't even realize the identity of these two bandits. The stronger princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out, because they realized that the bandits weren't the other prince's men, but two demonic beasts. Heavens! Could it be that these two demonic beasts had become spirits? Among them, one of the fifth prince's group was an old man. His vision blurred, and then he was directly knocked unconscious. Then his head was hit a few times, and his head was full of big bumps. As for the heavenly treasure in his hand, it was directly snatched away. When he came to his senses, he was furious. "Damn, where did these little bandits come from? I'm going to kill you." He roared crazily, and his soul power scanned the surroundings. He caught two afterimages, and suddenly his beard turned white from anger. What did he see? A monkey and a red snake. Damn it, these monsters had really become spirits. Usually, when they entered this place, they were the ones who killed the demonic beasts. Even the powerful Monster King could not withstand their joint attack. But now, those two demonic beasts had started to rob the humans. How was that possible? He could not tolerate it. Therefore, the old man was furious. He held a long saber and charged over, but a second later he was whipped back by a tail. Half of his face was swollen and his teeth were broken. This time, his temper was completely gone from the beating. Although his opponent was a monstrous beast and was only a snake, its strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only vent his anger and smash the surrounding mountains and forests into pieces. Not only that place, but many other places also received the same impact. For a moment, everyone was shocked. There were even many people who wanted to chase down and kill these two monstrous bandits. Chapter 2097. That was because the two of them were very fast and very powerful. That made the other groups gnash their teeth in hatred. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. The shocking robbers were naturally the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After the two of them left Lin Xian, they began to rob everywhere. Originally, Lin Xian wanted the two of them to explore all kinds of ancient ruins and get the treasures inside. However, after the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey discussed it, they felt that it would be too troublesome. They also had to break all kinds of formations, so they might as well rob directly. So, the two of them started to rob those groups. But now, it seemed that the results were not bad. On Lin Xian's side, he still didn't know what the ruffian dragon and the snow-white little monkey were doing. Otherwise, if he knew, he would definitely be speechless. That was because it was too high-profile and too eye-catching. If they were caught, they would definitely be cut into pieces and dragged out for research. He was now controlling two groups of monsters with Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, and they set off all the way. With the red-eyed monster wolf and the power King Kong ape, they could kill everything in their way. There was nothing that could stop them from moving forward. However, when they climbed over a mountain, the red-eyed demon wolf and large power King Kong ape under their feet did not move forward no matter what. Even with Lin Xian controlling them with his eye technique, these monsters still crawled on the ground and shivered. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. Did his eye technique fail? But that shouldn't be. Duan Qingqing was also puzzled. At this time, Lu Fei said, "Brother Lin, let them go. These monsters all have their own territories. The place where we came from before probably didn't have any monsters stronger than them. That's why they could go on a rampage. Maybe there was some extremely terrifying monster ahead, or a group of monsters that these two monsters couldn't resist. They were not even allowed to enter their territory, so it was useless to control them. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded in understanding. This logic was not difficult to understand. Every demonic beast had its own territory, and other species of demonic beasts were not allowed to enter. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not continue to control these demonic beasts. He, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing set off. They set off ahead. At most, he could just go to a new place and control new demonic beasts. As for the remaining large power King Kong ape and red-eyed demon wolf, they were separated by him to 2 different places. After an hour, the control over these demonic beasts would be dispelled and they would return to normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! As for Lin Xian and the other 2, they set off once again. Lin Xian, there seems to be an ancient ruin nearby. The Big Dipper ruins seem to be here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian looked at the map. Then the 3 of them quickly flew towards the Big Dipper ruins. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. In the mountain range below, there was a cave abode that emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Although it was only a cave abode, there was a completely different world inside. It was equivalent to another world. This was a ruin passed down from ancient times, and it was extremely profound. This should be the Big Dipper ruins. Lin Xian looked down, and on the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's eyes also flickered. Soon they frowned. There seemed to be someone below. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Xian was the first to descend. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind. The 3 of them were like meteors as they quickly cut through the air and landed on the ground. Whoosh! There was indeed someone below. The descent of the 3 of them also attracted the attention of the people below. Kid, it's actually you. When the people below saw Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they sneered. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, because the 2 of them were 2 young men, and they were the 4th prince's subordinates. However, it was not Sword 13. It was you guys. Lin Xian and Duan Qingqing also recognized the other party. That was because he had seen them in the first round. However, Lin Xian did not have much of an impression of them, because the 2 of them were not top existences like First Blade and Sword 13. Therefore, at the next moment he said in a deep voice, "We've taken a liking to this ruin. The 2 of you should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." What? You want us to leave? You dare to start a massacre? The 2 young men of the 4th prince were stunned, and then they laughed in disdain. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. This is not the first round, so what if you're strong? You're just a young man. Do you think only the 2 of us came this time? Let me tell you, our experts are all inside. Any expert of the older generation can kill you in minutes. So kid, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when our experts come out, you're dead meat. There are more people. Hearing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. It seems that these people came prepared, and there might be many experts inside. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered, and she asked in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" No. Lin Xian shook his head. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Moreover, he had already used his soul power to check, and there were only 3 people inside. It was a team of 5, but unlike the 7th prince's team, they were all top almighties. At least 2 of the 5 were young prodigies. However, Lin Xian did not care about these 2 young prodigies at all. In other words, only the 3 people inside were a threat. Therefore, it was not impossible to fight them. In fact, he was very confident that he could beat these people away. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked ahead and snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Get lost or die." "What?" "You're courting death." Hearing this, the 2 young men were furious, and the aura on their bodies circulated rapidly. They were about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Why, you want to fight me? Do you dare?" They did not dare, precisely because they did not dare. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, and he could probably kill them instantly. Therefore, they really did not dare. Although the 2 of them had ugly expressions, they could only send a signal to the cave and let the older generation come over. There was an old man and 2 middle-aged men inside. They were all almighties, and at this moment, they frowned when they received the situation outside. "Isn't that Lin Xian the number 1 swordsman in the first round? I heard that even Sword 13 is not his match." This kid has the title of the #1 swordsman. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in black snorted disdainfully. What #1 swordsman? It's just a title made up by the young man. No matter how strong his sword technique is, can it be stronger than mine? That's right, Brother Sun is right. He's just a young man who has only seen a few swordsmen, yet he's so arrogant. Chapter 2098. Of course, I have the same idea. Please break the restriction here first. I'll go out and kill that kid. With that, the middle-aged man in black turned around and strode outside. He was also an expert in the way of the sword. Naturally, he would not admit that a young man had taken the title of the #1 swordsman. Moreover, his strength was above Jian Shursan's. Therefore, he was even more disdainful. Originally, he did not have the chance to meet him. Now that he saw him, how could he let him go? He would kill him with his own hands and let everyone know that the title of the #1 swordsman among the younger generation was just an empty title. Just as the middle-aged man in black left, there were changes outside. That was because other than Lin Xian and the other two, another group of people was rushing over. It was obvious that they were also here for the Big Dipper ruins. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other two young men below, they immediately frowned. The other two young men also stepped forward and snorted loudly. Get lost. This is the place that the fourth prince has his eyes on. All unrelated people, scram! What? They are the fourth prince's men? Hearing this, the group of people above frowned even more. They were the 11th prince's men. Their strength was much weaker than the fourth prince's. However, there were only 2 young men on the fourth prince's side. How dare they scold them like that? They were really courting death. So what if you are the fourth prince? Do you think you 2 young men can fight against us? There were 4 people above. One of them was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. However, the fourth prince's men below sneered. The 2 of us naturally can't. However, in the cave, there are seniors from the Qingkuan sword sect, the Great Compassion King, and the cloud-breaking Han Senior Su. Who do you think you can beat? When they heard the names of these 3 people, their faces became extremely gloomy. Because no matter who it was, they couldn't defeat any of them. They did not expect the fourth prince's side to have such a strong team. What should we do? Should we leave? They discussed for a while and wanted to leave. However, in the 11th prince's team, a young man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Elder, they are not the 4th prince's men. They are the 8th prince's men. That person is Lin Xian. I know him. The 8th prince's men. Hearing this, these people frowned even more. The 8th prince was even more terrifying than the 4th prince. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, the 2 young men below laughed and said, There are only 3 of them. If you want to fight, we don't mind watching the show. What? There were only 3 people. Hearing this, the 11th prince's men were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the others frowned. What was the meaning of this? Were these people trying to sow discord? However, to dare to draw the flames of war to them, they really didn't know what was good for them. At this moment, one of the 11th prince's men spoke. Among them, the old man stared coldly at Lin Xian and the other 2. Little dolls, since you've met them, you can only blame your bad luck. Do you have a King Jade amulet? If you have it, hand it over quickly. On top of that, hand over all your storage rings and valuables. If you dare to hide even one, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Duan Qingqing was furious. Fuck! You old bastard! How dare you rob this great aunt? She was furious. They were only the 11th prince's men. How dare they attack them? The difference between the 11th prince and the 8th prince was huge. Lin Xian sneered. I do have a King Jade amulet, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. What? You really have a King Jade amulet? Hearing this, the 4th prince's men were stunned. The 11th prince's men were even more confused. Then they became excited. Originally, they were just asking casually because they didn't think that the other party had a King Jade amulet. After all, how could the three young men have such an important item on them? They didn't expect the other party to admit it. They couldn't help but be happy. One had to know that a King Jade amulet was important. It was more important than exploring the ruins. The 11th Prince's men were very tempted. They discussed for a while and decided to attack immediately. They didn't want the Big Dipper ruins, but they had to get the King Jade Buddha amulet that Lin Xian and the other two had. In the next moment, the old man in the lead sneered. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura surged from his body. It was like a vast ocean that swept across the entire world. Oh no! Sensing that aura, the two young men below changed their expressions and quickly retreated to distance themselves. Because this aura was simply too terrifying. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also looked serious because that old man was indeed powerful. The old man sneered and flipped a big red hand. It passed through the clouds and grabbed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. Damn it! How dare you attack the three of us? Duan Qingqing was furious. Lu Fei also snorted and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. A black, long sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and stabbed it, shattering the void. Poof! That incomparably frightening, gigantic palm that could shatter mountains and rivers was pierced through by this single slash of the sword before being sliced into two. In an instant, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth disappeared, and so did the light that filled the sky. The sky was clear again, and Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You want to rob me with that little strength? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The old man was furious. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. One had to know that he was an expert of the older generation. Moreover, as an almighty, his strength was incomparably terrifying. How could he allow a young man to mock him in public? Therefore, in the next moment, he pulled out a blood-red saber and slashed down. Boom! The void trembled. The blood-red saber light shone as if a blood-red river had descended from the sky. Boom! Lin Xian sneered and quickly counterattacked. The black, demonic sword in his hand turned into an extremely mysterious trajectory. It immediately collapsed the void and collided with the blood-red saber light. Bang, bang, bang. The intense collision caused sparks to splatter. The sound of the collision was like thunder, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to sink. However, what was even more shocking was that terrifying blood-red saber light was shattered in an instant. The black sword Qi was like a black dragon that roared incomparably. It quickly rushed toward the old man. Oh no! The old man's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green shield in front of him. Bang! However, it was not very useful. The green shield was sent flying by the sword. Chapter 2099. Whoosh! He barely dodged this shocking sword strike, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian's second sword was quickly approaching him. This sword was even more terrifying and terrifying. It directly cut the entire sky in half, and the sun and moon seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The elder tried his best to resist, waving out thousands of blood-red saber lights to form a defense. In fact, he was even wearing a suit of armor. However, it was useless. As the sword slashed down, countless saber lights were shattered and the defense was cut open. The elder was directly cut in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. This scene directly stunned the remaining three powerhouses on the 11th Prince's side. The two young men on the 4th Prince's side below were also completely dumbfounded. This level of combat power was simply too terrifying. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? His combat strength seems to be even stronger than in the first round. These people were about to go crazy. They did not know that in just a few days, Lin Xian had obtained the storage rings of several elite powerhouses. He had consumed all the treasures in the storage rings. Moreover, not long ago, he had also consumed the purple gold blood dragon ginseng and other treasures. With the support of so many treasures, of course his strength had increased. Furthermore, the 2 sword strikes from before were no ordinary sword strikes. Those were 2 swords that Lin Xian had used the great dragon sword soul when he was serious. The other party had underestimated him. So how could he block it? In the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked at the other 3 warriors. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We definitely won't dare to do anything to you. We'll leave now." What a joke! The strongest elder on their side had been cut in half by the other party's 2 swords. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be enough. Therefore, these people hurriedly shook their heads. "You want to leave? Leave behind your valuables, and I'll spare your lives." Yes, we'll stay here." The 3 cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings on their hands, threw them into the void, and then ran away, scared witless. Su Chan waved his hand and put the 3 storage rings away. At the same time, he also put away the old man's storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and stared at the 2 people behind him. "What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't do anything stupid. Our elders and experts are inside." When the 2 young men saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you 2. But your mouths are too cheap, so I naturally have to punish you. Pa, pa, pa." With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind filled the sky. It tore through the void and slammed into the 2 men's faces. The 2 of them were slapped into pig heads in an instant. They fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you directly." The 2 young men were so scared that they quickly nodded and ran away as if they had gone mad. What a joke! The other party's methods were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back. If they stayed any longer and angered the other party, they might really be killed by his sword. Therefore, they could only run away. Lin Xian moved his feet. "Let's go and take a look at the Big Dipper ruins." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind him. Then the 3 of them walked forward. However, when they were 5 meters away from the cave, an extremely violent airflow suddenly came from the cave. Then it turned into a shocking sword light and slashed fiercely. Oh no! Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's pupils shrank. The 2 of them quickly retreated to the sides. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He tapped his feet and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the other side. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were solemn. Like 2 divine rainbows, they pierced through the void and stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in black. With a sneer on his face, he said indifferently, "You actually managed to dodge my attack. You're indeed quite strong. No wonder you're so arrogant. But your bit of strength is still not enough to look at in front of me. Kid, I heard that you have the Jade Buddha King token on you. Hand it over obediently and cut out to me 3 times. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other party was very powerful. He was much stronger than the old man from before. Moreover, he noticed that the other party also used a sword. Obviously, he was a swordsman. "Who am I?" "They all call me the Sword of Heaven and Earth. I heard that you've just won the title of the #1 sword. However, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can be the #1 swordsman with your strength? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even I don't dare to call myself the #1 swordsman. What strength do you have to be the #1 swordsman? You'll know whether I'm strong or not after you try." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a dazzling sword light on his body. Waves of powerful fluctuations quickly surged out like a vast ocean. Feeling this aura, the sword of heaven and earth frowned. The other party had actually concealed his strength. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly waved the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light flew out. His sword chi caused the entire world to shake. This sword was truly terrifying. So powerful. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were shocked when they saw this scene. "Should we go and help?" Duan Qingqing asked. Her eyes were shining with a sharp light. Lu Fei, on the other hand, stopped her. "Don't make a move first. Let's wait and see." They were all geniuses. How could they allow others to interfere in a one-on-one fight? Lu Fei understood this point. That was why he stopped Duan Qingqing. Facing the terrifying sword Qi flying towards him, Lin Xian quickly waved the demonic sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light flew out, and each of them was as big as a mountain. They were pitch black and looked like giant dragons dancing in the sky. The void was riddled with holes. Clang! The sword Qi of the two clashed in the air, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Hell's Sword Lotus! Lin Xian quickly waved his sword Qi. Then, a huge sword Qi lotus was formed in front of him. On top of it there were black flames dancing. Then, with a slash of his sword, the black sword Qi lotus flew forward quickly and spun continuously. Every spin brought about a large amount of sword light. The blazing light shredded the entire void into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The sword of heaven and earth was hit and kept retreating. He felt an immense pressure, which made him extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. Previously, he thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. But now he realized that the other party was really strong. He didn't seem to be weaker than him. Especially the sword Qi of the lotus in front of him was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2100. Get lost! The sword of heaven and earth roared, emitting a terrifying light. His eyes were like two lamps shining in all directions. Qian Kuan, sword technique. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword Qi in the sky swallowed and emitted light, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. It emitted a fluctuation that made one's soul tremble. This was the Qian Kuan sword technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, the sharp edge cut the entire void. Not only that, but the black lotus in front was also affected. It trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed a lot. Boom! At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth gathered thousands of sword Qi and slashed out, splitting the flame lotus in half. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes, and he fought back with all his might. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand exploded, emitting a terrifying power. Streaks of sharp sword Qi tore the sky apart. The two of them kept clashing, causing the entire world to explode. Fortunately, the Big Dipper ruins below were ancient ruins. It was extremely mysterious and could survive this storm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed like the other mountains. Qian Kuan, sword technique, starlight slash. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth roared. Suddenly, a huge blue sword Qi flew out like a comet across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged quickly. The terrifying sword Qi brushed past his body. Suddenly, the mountains in the distance were slashed into ruins. Although it didn't hit him, the aftershock of the sword Qi still forced him to activate the ice protection. However, it wasn't over yet. The sword of heaven and earth's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a killing god. Streaks of terrifying sword Qi slashed over, and each of them was like a shooting star unusually sharp. The terrifying sword Qi filled the sky, and Lin Xian's expression changed. He had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. Boom! Another blue sword light flew past Lin Xian's body into the distance. It landed on the third mountain peak in the distance and directly exploded with a terrifying energy. A 10,000 feet tall mountain was directly split in half. How terrifying! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's expressions changed. The Sword of Heaven and Earth's attack was too clever. After comparing the two of them, they realized that the two of them couldn't win at all. Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could contend against him. Lin Xian did indeed feel a great deal of pressure. To be honest, this Sword of Heaven and Earth was indeed a senior figure who was even stronger than Jian San and the First Blade. At the next moment, his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and a dragon sword domain appeared around him. It floated up and down as if there was an azure dragon circling around him. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Another sword light slashed down. This sword carried the power of the king domain, displaying its terrifying power. It was as if an azure dragon had rushed down from the sky. Not only that, this azure dragon's body carried waves of blue ice crystals, emitting a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the world was frozen. The ice broke. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed over a radius of 10,000 miles, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sword strike made the cosmos Sword Gleam frown. He didn't expect that his opponent's strength had increased again. This shocked him, and he couldn't believe it. Damn it, where was this kid's limit? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? The Sword of Heaven and Earth was too surprised. He had already used the Qingkuan sword technique and a few other killer moves. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent was not a senior figure, but a young man in his 20s. In the next moment, he roared, and the terrifying power in his body surged out again. Sword of the Universe, New Moon Scar. The Sword of Heaven and Earth held the sword with both hands, causing it to quickly expand into a divine sword that was hundreds of feet long. With a monstrous power, he slashed upward. Boom! 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 This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The terrifying vibrations were like tens of thousands of thunderbolts, shattering the entire sky. With the two of them as the center, all the mountains within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into powder. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the ground caved in and the trees collapsed. Not only that, but the waves were also rapid. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into chaos. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei quickly rose into the air and retreated 10,000 miles to watch the battle. They didn't dare to stay any longer, because if they stayed here, they would be affected by the terrifying energy, and the two of them would probably be injured. Buzz! Buzz! A terrifying icy aura surged from Lin Xian's body, freezing the surroundings. At the same time, the gigantic ice goddess appeared, spreading her wings to protect him, forming a powerful defense. Even the surrounding energy shock waves were frozen. On the other side, the Sword of Heaven and Earth's armor appeared on his body. Not only that, but the sword light that filled the sky formed a sword screen around him, blocking the terrifying energy shock waves. Both of them were forced back 3,000 meters, and the blood in their bodies surged rapidly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then the power in his body rose again, and the great dragon sword's soul rumbled rapidly in his body. Soon after, flames appeared outside the ice barrier and danced about. Then, a huge flame giant appeared. It was thousands of feet tall, bathed in flames, and roared into the sky, shattering mountains and rivers. Following Lin Xian's movements, a giant flame sword that was thousands of feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Fire God roar! The sword slashed down, annihilating the starry sky and shattering the mountains and rivers. The powerful sword Qi turned into a fire dragon, covering the sky and earth. Whoosh! Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, and the ground was scorched black, courting death. The sword of heaven and earth was furious. How dare Lin Xian take the initiative to attack him? It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared and rushed over quickly with the Qianquan sword light in the sky. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, colliding continuously, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body resonated again, turning into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. The power of his sword Qi erupted again. Boom! In the next moment, the king of heaven and earth was sent flying. The sword screen in front of him split open, and LV Jingguang slashed his body, sending him flying. The blood in his body churned, and the sword of heaven and earth spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? How could Lin Xian have such a powerful sword Qi? It was even more powerful than his. Even he couldn't compete with him. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, Lin Xian's strength had increased 3 times, and each time, his sword Qi was more terrifying than before. This made him feel as if he had gone crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. However, the truth happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it. Damn it! How was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength from before, and this was his true strength? The Qianquan sword light was extremely shocked. Who was this person? How could he have such a terrifying sword Qi at such a young age? No. Could it be that he wasn't from the younger generation, but an older generation in disguise? But that shouldn't be the case. Even the older generation wouldn't have such a terrifying sword Qi, unless he was a peerless almighty. However, such a person wouldn't be able to enter the second stage at all. The sword of heaven and earth went crazy. He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't understand why Lin Xian was so powerful. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was extremely cold. Kid, you've really angered me. I didn't want to use my full strength at first, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Qianquan domain. The sword of heaven and earth also displayed his king's domain. Instantly, the domain appeared, emitting a monstrous aura. It enveloped a part of the void. Now the battle was over. The sword of heaven and earth shouted coldly, activating the Qianquan domain with all his might. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light filled the sky, enveloping the entire sky. That unparalleled sword Dao aura transformed into terrifying rainbows that shot out in all directions. Thousands of miles away, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei watched this scene, and their scalps went numb. The sword of heaven and earth's domain was so terrifying. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Sure enough, within a radius of thousands of miles between heaven and earth, terrifying sword Qi swept across, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart, bringing with it a supreme aura. And in front of it, the sword of heaven and earth was floating. He opened his hands, and thousands of sword Qi quickly surged out from his body. He moved together with the entire Qianquan domain. It was as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth, able to control the entire domain. In the next moment, he waved thousands of sword Qi and slashed forward. Thousands of sword Qi condensed, turning into terrifying sword waves that rushed down. The surroundings were completely enveloped, and every part of the space was filled with terrifying killing intent. Kid, do you see? This is my king's domain. No matter how strong you are, the difference in cultivation level is simply impossible to make up for. Now, you'll be destroyed in my domain. Chapter 2101. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at other activities that give out red packets. This scene was simply too terrifying. It had to be said that the sword of heaven and earth's domain was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He held the demon's sword in his hand and circulated his combat strength to the extreme. In the next moment, his dragon's sword domain also released an extremely terrifying light. Then, it turned into a sharp light and fiercely blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. The two king domains collided, causing the void to explode. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely swallowed. Every part of the space was filled with terrifying energy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei retreated again because the place where they were originally standing had been directly shattered. Boom, boom. At this moment, the universe domain suddenly emitted a piercing light and was torn apart. What? The sword of heaven and earth's domain was split apart? How was this possible? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were both stunned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he could contend against the universe sword light, they didn't expect him to be able to do that. But they did not expect that Lin Xian was actually so powerful, cleaving apart the heaven and earth sword king's domain with one sword. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Boom! In the next moment, the sword of heaven and earth vomited blood and flew backwards. His expression became extremely ugly. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Shocked, he was too shocked. That was his domain, his incomparably powerful killing move. But now it was split apart by a single sword strike. Who was the other party? How could he be so powerful? In the next moment, he was even more scared out of his wits, because Lin Xian let out another long roar, and the green dragon sword domain flew over again. Boom! In an instant, the sword of heaven and earth was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body had already been hacked apart. This scene stunned Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. The two young men from before were even more terrified. They all knew how powerful the sword of heaven and earth was. They didn't expect that at this moment he would be seriously injured. The sword of heaven and earth was sent flying and smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, he roared at the sky in an incomparably crazy manner. However, in the sky, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took a step forward and attacked once again. Seeing this scene, the sword of heaven and earth no longer dared to be angry. His expression became extremely ugly as he turned around and fled. What sword of heaven and earth? That's all there is to it. How dare you compete with me for the number one swordsman? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Wielding his devil's sword, he quickly charged over. Whoosh whoosh! The two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also moved and quickly followed. Inside the cave there was indeed another space. It was very vast and far from what it looked like from the outside. The terrain inside was complicated, but the sword of heaven and earth was very familiar with it. After all, he had been here before. He directly passed through the layers of caves and flew inside. Lin Xian coldly snorted and followed closely behind. There were many formations and restrictions inside, but all of them had been broken by the Qin Kuan sword monarch and the other two. At this moment, there were two other almighties in the depths. They were the sword of heaven and earth's companions. One was Elder Great Sorrow Palm, and the other was Senior Duan Yunshou. The two of them were currently focused on Pu Chujing. At this moment, Duan Yunshou frowned and asked, "Why hasn't the sword of heaven and earth returned after such a long time?" Great Sorrow Palm said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you can fail miserably when dealing with a brat? Don't worry, the sword of heaven and earth is absolutely confident. We just need to break the restrictions here." The two of them nodded and quickly took action. Not long after, they frowned. That was because they sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Someone had entered. That aura belonged to the sword of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the two of them laughed. You see, didn't I say it before? Dealing with a brat like him is as easy as blowing off dust. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they realized that it was indeed the sword of heaven and earth who was flying over. However, it was different from what they had imagined. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth was in a very sorry state. Most of his body was beaten up and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? How could this be? The sword of heaven and earth was injured. When the two of them saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Could it be that a peerless expert had come? Or could it be that another team had come? The two of them were extremely nervous because, in their opinion, someone who could injure the sword of heaven and earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a peerless powerhouse under one of the top 3 princes. Or perhaps it was an extremely powerful team that could injure the sword of heaven and earth. Where do you think you're going? Just as they were guessing, a cold snort came from the front again. Then, a young figure entered their field of vision. What's going on? A young man? They were stunned. How could a young man be chasing after the sword of heaven and earth? That was too illogical. However, when the sword of heaven and earth saw Lin Xian's figure, his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "My 2 friends, this kid is too powerful. Help me stop him." As he said that, the sword of heaven and earth hurriedly took out a large number of treasures from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he quickly repaired the half of his body that was injured. What? Could it be that this kid injured the sword of heaven and earth? The other 2 powerhouses were stunned. What's going on? They knew the sword of heaven and earth's strength. He was extremely powerful and terrifying, and he was not weaker than them. However, he was injured by a kid. Although they did not quite believe it, they could tell from the sword of heaven and earth's expression that it could not be fake. However, when Lin Xian arrived, he also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with flickering eyes, and then said coldly, "4th Prince, I'm sorry, but this place is already occupied by me. Hurry up and scram." "What? Kid, don't be too arrogant. You're courting death. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're the first, so you're dead meat." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 2 powerhouses in front were enraged. What kind of joke was this? A kid actually dared to tell them to scram? This caused them to be extremely furious. In the next moment, cold, murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Their terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. However, at this moment, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also arrived. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they also felt dizzy. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge us directly? Can't he see the 2 terrifying elite powerhouses in front of him? Neither of them is weaker than the sword of heaven and earth. How are we going to fight them? Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, the sword of heaven and earth is already crippled. He won't be able to use much of his combat power. As for the other 2, you 2 can fight one together, and I'll deal with the other. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hearing that the other party was going to divide them up, the 2 powerhouses' faces darkened. Who were they? Were they ordinary people? They were terrifying elite powerhouses. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. However, they were being looked down upon by 3 juniors. Were they going to die from anger? Therefore, they directly attacked. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking us. Among them, King Dabii snorted and attacked. Chapter 2102. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. The old man stretched out his hand and released a terrifying light. Then he struck out with his palm. Merciful palm! Suddenly, a white palm quickly appeared. It was like the hand of a demon god, and terrifying energy surged. Like a tsunami, it swept across the sky. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared around the palm and quickly circled around it. It emitted a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he shouted, "This old man is mine. I'll leave the other one to the two of you." With that, he ignored Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei and quickly rushed up. With a swing of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi was like a divine red with a destructive aura. It crushed the void and slashed at the large white palm. Clang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard and terrifying energy exploded. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. On the ground of all the surrounding buildings, runes appeared and formed a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have destroyed everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, even with the protective array, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian did not stop after the swing of his sword. He seemed to be able to open and close the great river and wield the terrifying demonic sword. With a raise of his hand, he could cut through the void. The white palm trembled and its light dimmed. Even the mysterious runes around it began to disappear. What? He's so strong! King Dubei's face changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent's sword Qi to be so strong that his merciful palm could not withstand it. No wonder this person could severely injure the sword of heaven and earth. It turned out that he was really strong. Thinking of this, his face became unusually gloomy. He no longer dared to be careless and was ready to go all out against Lin Xian. Kill! At this moment, Lin Xian let out a furious roar. Then, terrifying sword ripples surged forward with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The void was sliced open and could not withstand it at all. On the other side, King Dabiai's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he waved his finger and spat out a sound wave that sounded like thunder. This sound wave was very strange, like a Buddhist scripture. He couldn't understand it, but it carried an incomparably mysterious power. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Lin Xian frowned. He had never encountered such a cultivation technique before, so he was naturally very surprised. However, he soon sneered. So what if it was a miraculous cultivation technique? He would not fear it. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate rapidly. Above Lin Xian's long sword, terrifying sword waves appeared. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi transformed into an eagle that spread its wings and soared into the sky. Carrying a sky full of spiritual energy, sword waves, and hellfire, it flew forward. Pum! On the other side, King Dabiai roared and slapped out with his palms. Two large white palms transformed into two white tigers, charging over at high speed. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the two white tigers were cleaved apart by the sword. King Dabiai was sent flying as he coughed up blood. What was going on? How could his sword Qi be so powerful? King Dabiai was sent flying with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he had the same fear as the sword of heaven and earth. That was because his opponent's sword light was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing a peerless almighty. But how could this be possible? His opponent was just a young boy. On the other side, Duan Yinhuang was fighting fiercely with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. When he saw this scene, he frowned. What was going on? How could King Dabiai be injured? Could it be that his opponent was so powerful? Thinking of this, his face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "King Dabiai, let's exchange." Okay, King Dabiai nodded. Although the exchange of opponents showed that he was no match for Lin Xian, he had lost face. However, he couldn't care less. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured or end up like the sword of heaven and earth. He didn't want that to happen, so he decisively exchanged opponents. When Duan Yinhuang arrived, he immediately used his ultimate skill. Duan Yinhuang. He reached out with one hand and slapped Lin Xian viciously with a frighteningly large palm. On the palm, there was a colorless light shining like a rainbow. Boom! When the palm landed, the air exploded and a pitch-black hole appeared. Not only that, but there was also an endless fire burning around it. The terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's faces changed. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't use it on them before, or the two of them would be under a lot of pressure. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. His opponent's palm was absolutely terrifying. Even he could feel a scorching aura surging in his direction. Most likely, an ordinary almighty would have been reduced to ashes under this palm. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He tore the void and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. He even disappeared on the spot and appeared in another place. Boom! The place where he was originally standing was shattered. But Duan Yinhuang didn't give up. He directly used the cloud-breaking palm continuously, sending out terrifying palm shadows one after another to chase after Lin Xian. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly used the dragon's sword domain to envelop his opponent. Refine for me! He shouted loudly and also entered the dragon, sword domain. The dragon's sword domain bloomed with light, and countless sharp auras swept across heaven and earth. Terrifying killing intent permeated in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. Some sword chi overflowed and directly pierced through the opponent's 5-colored palm. Then it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. Ah! Boom! Duan Yinhuang screamed as his fingers bled. His face was incomparably ferocious. His opponent actually broke through his ultimate move. How was this possible? In the next moment, he roared and also used his king's domain. Suddenly, a 5-colored king's domain appeared and resisted the dragon, sword domain. The two collided and the void shattered. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, Duan Yinhuang stretched out his palm and merged his domain with his palm. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm again and grabbed over. Lin Xian could wield the demonic sword, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Suddenly, the power of thunder appeared on his body. Then he turned into a lightning figure and quickly rushed out. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle. The sword slashed down, and the sword light instantly flashed. The eagle flew up. This sword was simply too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Sure enough, just as he slashed out with his sword, Duan Yinhuang screamed in pain. His palm bled again and was even cut in half. Not only that, the Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle exploded first, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning enveloped the opponent. This caused the sky and earth to be completely pierced through by the lightning. Boom! Boom! When the thunder landed, Duan Yinhuang was in a very sorry state. His body was charred black, and many parts of his body were injured. A terrifying wound had appeared on his palm. He probably wouldn't recover for a while. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Compassion King, all of them were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of fear. Was this a human? Was this a young man? How could there be such a terrifying young man? They didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 2103. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified, especially the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian's sharp aura surged again, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, Qin Kuin's Sword King suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop!" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned, but the demonic sword did not descend. However, the aura on his body did not weaken. He asked in a deep voice. Why? What are you up to again? You're overthinking it. We don't have the strength to play tricks in front of you. The sword of heaven and earth sighed. Although he had suppressed his injuries, the sword wounds on his body could not be completely removed. This made it impossible for him to recover his full combat strength. Moreover, he was not the only one. The broken Cloud King and the great Northern Mercy King were also injured. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning. If they were lucky, the three of them would be able to escape. If they were lucky, the three of them would be killed right there and then. Either way, they did not want to see it happen. Therefore, the sword of heaven and earth stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a hoarse voice, I know that we were wrong for having thoughts about you. We apologize to you here. However, this Big Dipper ruins is not simple. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of you, you won't be able to break it in a short time. Why don't we work together to break this Big Dipper ruins? Hearing that, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. They also retreated and came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them did not speak. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian because Lin Xian was the leader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He thought for a while, then nodded slightly. Okay. However, I want 90% of the things inside. 90%. Hearing that, the sword of heaven and earth was stunned, while the great Northern Mercy King and Duan Yunwang's faces turned extremely ugly. Kid, you're too arrogant. They were really surprised. Since they were working together, they thought that it would be 50-50. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask for 90% of the treasures, while the three of them could only get the remaining 10%. What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian sneered. What? Since they were unwilling to give up, then there was no need to continue negotiating. Do you think you can win if we continue fighting? By then, you won't even get 10%, right? At this point, the aura on his body became incomparably terrifying once again. Damn it, this is too much. Yunduan, Wang Ji, and the others also wore ferocious expressions. Qin Kuan, Sword Monarch, also spoke up at this time. 10% is too little. No matter what, we are still the main force. Even if we can't defeat you now, we will still go all out when we break the array later. Therefore, we want 30% of the treasures. Otherwise, we won't be willing to give up. 30%? Lin Xian sneered. At most, 20%. Take it or leave it. If not, get lost. 20%. Hearing that, the sword of heaven and earth's eyes flickered, while the other two Almighty's faces darkened. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to work together. Although 20% was not much, if they resisted now, they would not even get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. Heaven and three elite Almighties working together, and they would get 80% of the treasures alone. Why did it sound like a dream? To be honest, they did not expect such a distribution. However, Lin Xian was too strong. He suppressed the other three Almighties to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Next, the sword of heaven and earth and the other two sat down cross-legged to recover some of their strength. Then they began to move out. The sword of heaven and earth trio walked in front, while Lin Xian and the other two walked behind. They worked together to break through the formation's restrictions. In front of them was an underground palace. It was very majestic, but there was a gloomy aura around it. The walls had the vicissitudes of time. King Dubei waved his hands, creating afterimages that slammed on the bridge in front of them. Suddenly, the walls seemed to come alive and runes appeared on them. They shone brightly. Then, the door in front of them opened, revealing a few pairs of scarlet eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the ground around them began to tremble. In the end, light formations appeared one after another. Within those light formations, figures emerged from the ground. Seeing that, Duan Jingjing and Lu Fei immediately became nervous. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Duanqing immediately shouted, "Damn it, what did you do?" It was safe along the way, except for some defensive formations that stopped them from moving forward. However, there was no danger around them. But now, so many monsters had appeared and surrounded them. Duanqing and the other two could not help but suspect that the sword of heaven and earth in front of them secretly did something to frame them. The sword of heaven and earth trio's faces changed. To be honest, they did not expect to see such a scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked around and said in a low voice, "Be careful! Be careful! This should be a monster summoned by the array." He was also a formation master, so he could tell at a glance that these monsters were originally guarding the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, to enter the ruins, they had to be clear of the monsters on the way. There were dozens of skeleton monsters around them. Each of them was wearing ancient armor, holding bronze spears and emitting a gloomy aura. There was no flesh on their bodies, only their skeletal heads. Their heads were skulls, and there were green flames dancing in their eye sockets. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these skeleton soldiers appeared, they raised the bronze spears in their hands and quickly pierced through the void, charging toward Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian snorted, then flicked his finger. Suddenly, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sharp sword wave was like a tide, slashing in all directions. The void was instantly shattered, and the skeleton soldiers were also cut in half. Not only him, but Duanqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth also attacked. Soon, they destroyed all the skeleton soldiers around them in 2 or 3 moves. But soon, they frowned because they realized that it was useless. The skeleton soldiers on the ground that were broken into pieces began to tremble. Then, those pieces were intertwined by a mysterious force and reformed into skeleton soldiers. They looked exactly the same as before, and their aura did not weaken. What's going on? Can't kill them? Seeing this, Duanqing frowned. In the next moment, he used the bone melting soft palm, and a gentle force was injected into the 5 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Boom! When those skeleton soldiers were hit by the palm, they immediately exploded into pieces. But soon, they were reunited again. Humph! At this moment, Lu Fei snorted and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It was like a silver dragon roaring in the air. The terrifying force directly scattered the 4 skeleton soldiers in front of him. But it was useless. The Sword of Heaven and Earth encountered the same situation. These skeleton soldiers could not be killed at all, and their strength was not bad. At this moment, dozens of them were piled together, and it was terrifying. If this went on for too long, they would definitely be in danger. What was more terrifying was that it was not just these skeleton soldiers. The door in front of them opened, and dozens of black figures rushed out quickly. It was a group of strange birds. They looked extremely ferocious, and there were blue runes on their bodies that flickered with an unknown force. Whoosh! As they flapped their wings, they brought with them a terrifying demonic wind. The demonic wind contained a cold, murderous aura. Even if an almighty was blown too much, they would probably be injured. Therefore, Duanqing and the others did not dare to fight them head-on. Boom! 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 Not only these strange birds, but a few lizard-like beasts appeared in the surroundings. They had red runes on their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out balls of flames. It turned into a sea of fire and charged towards them. In an instant, countless monsters surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Crack! Crack! However, Lin Xian and the others were strong, so they could still fight back. Chapter 2104. The Sword of Heaven and Earth's expression changed because one of his legs was swept by the demonic wind. Immediately, his leg froze as if it had turned into stone. The power contained in the demonic wind could petrify people. Everyone was shocked. The Sword of Heaven and Earth roared as countless Qinquan sword cheese rushed out of his body. They emitted a terrifying aura and directly shattered the petrification power. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, these monsters were not too strong. In fact, they were much weaker than them. Therefore, they could only petrify a little. If they were as strong as them, they would all be turned into statues by the demonic wind. Those flames were also unusual. They could continue to burn when they jumped onto a person's body and were very difficult to extinguish. Therefore, the sword of heaven and earth and the others were under great pressure. On the other side, Lu Fei and Duan Xingxing were also fighting with all their might. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that these monsters were very strange. Although they were not very strong individually, each of them was very strange. For example, some could not be killed, some could be petrified, and some could not be extinguished. It could be said that he had never encountered such a situation before. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and immediately swung out a terrifying sword chi, killing the 3 skeleton soldiers beside him. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying. Then they quickly regrouped. However, this time the situation was different. Previously, the skeleton soldiers were able to regroup well. However, this time the skeleton soldiers that were slashed by the great dragon's sword soul could not completely heal. The sword mark was left there forever. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Meanwhile, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were shocked. What was going on? How could the opponent's sword chi hurt these skeleton soldiers? In particular, the sword of heaven and earth and the other 2 were too shocked. One had to know that the 3 of them were all elite almighties and had many unique skills in their hands. However, they could not do anything to these skeleton soldiers. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword a few times, and these skeleton soldiers were severely injured. They could not even heal. This made them extremely surprised. What kind of swordsmanship did the other party master? Why was it so terrifying? Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing didn't understand either. Only Lin Xian understood. This was the power of the dragon sword soul. With the terrifying sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, it was very difficult to erase it. No matter how mysterious these skeleton soldiers were, they were unable to erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Since that was the case, things would be easier. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the sword runes under his feet instantly covered the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword array. With a furious roar, the soul demon's sword suppression was unleashed. Then, thousands of sword chi surged forth. These sword chis were all strengthened by the power of the great dragon sword soul, becoming incomparably sharp. Soon, they pierced through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. This time, it wasn't just split open. It was directly smashed into pieces. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers never materialized again. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Come to my side, quickly!" In the next moment, he used the dragon's sword domain and quickly surrounded everyone. Then his entire body turned into a torrent and rushed forward. With a roar, he was like an azure dragon that coiled around the surroundings. He was rampaging. Instantly, the surrounding flaming beasts and the strange blue birds in the sky were all affected. They were pierced by countless sword chis and nailed to the void. Go! Lin Xian led these people directly into the underground palace. After entering, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters from before were simply too strange. They emitted a mysterious and unfathomable energy. This was because of the strange crystal stones. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 5 strange crystals. Each of them was the size of a walnut. They were emitting a bright light. Strange spirit stones. Where did you get them? Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also extremely shocked. They were obtained from the skeleton soldiers and the monsters from before. Lin Xian said, "After I pierced them with sword qis and killed them completely, these things appeared in their bodies. In the end, they gathered together and formed these strange divine spirit stones." "I see." At this moment, the great Compassion King also said in a deep voice, "It seemed that it was an ancient secret method that used a mysterious formation to carve these monsters and then used the strange spirit stones as an energy source. That was why they were so mysterious and strange." At this point, he sighed. He was also an elite of the older generation and a powerful almighty. However, at this moment, facing Lin Xian, he felt a strong sense of defeat. The other party was much younger than him, but the other party's methods were far above his. If one didn't know better, they would really think that he was an old monster. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away these strange spirit stones. These things also contained pure energy. If he absorbed them, it would definitely improve his cultivation. Everyone led the way again. This time, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two walked in front. They were also eager to kill a few monsters. Perhaps they could also obtain some strange spirit stones. Along the way, the formations and restrictions were all broken by the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two. Lin Xian and the other two walked behind, and it was easy for them. Soon, they came across the second palace gate again. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the pitch-black gate in front of them with a serious expression. Lin Xian said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." Hearing that, the Cloud-Breaking King nodded. With a wave of his hand, a huge cloud-like palm covered the sky and blasted forward. Accompanying it was a fierce aura. Boom! He slammed his palm on the huge palace door. Immediately, the huge palace door was like two huge mountains. It made a rumbling sound and then slowly opened. The light inside was a little dark and even a little chaotic. Everyone's eyes could not see through it. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. One had to know that they were all powerful kings. Their eyes could pierce through the void, but at this moment they could not see the situation inside clearly. It seemed that the inside of this palace was not simple. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Qin Kuin, Sword Monarch, and the other two looked even more solemn. They immediately activated their battle armors, which shone brightly and covered their bodies. Then they walked in. Lin Xian also had a ball of sword qi of spirit energy above him and wrapped him up. In addition, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also used defensive techniques. After all, it was better to be careful in the face of unknown danger. The group walked in. It was a little dark and there was no movement. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. Chi chi. At this moment, the sword qi on Lin Xian's body reacted. The sword qi on his body surged quickly and made cutting sounds as if it was cutting something. However, there was nothing around them. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. The sword qi on his body contained the energy of the great dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely mysterious and could cut through the void. It could even cut through one's soul. At this moment, the sword qi was changing. It was definitely not simple. Although they could not see some things, it did not mean that they did not exist. What was it? Lin Xian frowned and then used his soul power, but he could not see anything. Left with no choice, everyone could only be more careful and walk forward. However, not long after, Duan Qingqing's body suddenly went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xian was beside her and supported her. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian frowned and asked. Duan Qingqing was powerful. This should not have happened. Chapter 2105. That was because he realized that apart from Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth were also affected. Their faces were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it, how did this happen? Duan Qingqing gritted her teeth in confusion. The Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two were even more horrified. They frantically channeled their inner force and their eyes widened. "Oh no, we're poisoned." "Poisoned?" Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. What kind of poison could make them so weak? They were all powerhouses. Even if there was poison, they would be able to sense it in advance. However, they could not sense it at all. They only realized it when they were poisoned too deeply. No wonder. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, his sword qi had been making sizzling sounds, as if it was destroying something. In other words, it was destroying the poisonous gas. Therefore, he was the only one who was not poisoned. "Hurry up and detoxify," Lin Xian said. "I'll protect you." In the next moment, they nodded and sat down cross-legged, preparing to detoxify the poison. However, at that moment, the sound of the void fluctuating could be heard. Immediately after, a cold aura could be felt. In the darkness, a few scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it! What's that? Everyone's hair stood on end when they were stared at by the eyes. Lin Xian condensed his palm. Countless flames intertwined in his palm and formed a light ball the size of a millstone. Then he waved his palm and the fireball flew into the sky. It emitted an incomparable light and illuminated the surroundings. In the next moment, everyone saw green poisonous snakes swimming towards them quickly. Their eyes were cold and they were emitting a murderous aura. They were definitely not ordinary poisonous snakes. Each of them seemed to have the strength of a 6-star demon king. Buzz! At that moment, a poisonous snake flew up quickly, turned into a green lightning bolt, and charged forward. Immediately, King Dabii roared, "Get lost!" In the next moment, he struck with his palm. Boom! The void exploded and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, King Dabii's face turned even paler. As for the poisonous snake, it was smashed into a bloody mist. However, those poisonous snakes exploded and turned into a green poisonous mist that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the great Compassion King was poisoned even more deeply. 5 lightning strikes. At this moment, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers. Streaks of violent lightning aura rushed out from his body and condensed in the sky. Thunderclouds formed and collided with each other. Then, 5-colored lightning descended and struck the green demonic snakes. Instantly, they were scorched black and pierced through. In an instant, these poisonous snakes were all killed. However, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. This was because he felt an even larger and colder aura rapidly surging towards him. Whoosh! Then, the void in front of him was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge creature walked over. It was also a venomous snake, but it was much larger than the previous ones. He seemed to be more than 3,000 meters tall. Its body was covered with green patterns, and this giant python had a human face. It was extremely pale, and its tongue was very long. It was estimated to be 500 to 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had 4 arms, each of which was holding a weapon. There were sabers, swords, spears, and shields. The giant python rushed over quickly and tore through the void. Then it stared at Lin Xian and the others and let out a roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed over quickly. Ka ka ka! The void couldn't withstand it at all. The sound wave was too terrifying, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. In an instant, it quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Not good. Seeing this huge creature launch such a fierce attack as soon as it appeared, the pupils of the sword of heaven and earth and the others shrank. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they decisively attacked. Cosmos sword technique. With an angry roar, the sword of heaven and earth emitted a sharp light, which then formed a light formation in front of him. Countless sword auras swept across the void. Pangbo's power was about to tear through the void. Merciful palm. On the other side, the great Compassion King struck out with both hands. His huge palms were covered with mysterious runes, and the power they emitted made people want to kneel down. Duanyen's palm. A huge palm struck out with majestic power, as if an endless demonic mountain was descending. In the face of the terrifying sound wave, the the sword of heaven and earth, and the other two used their ultimate move. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also made their moves to defend themselves. Lin Xian unsheathed his demonic sword and slashed out, unleashing an incomparably violent power. The terrifying sword aura covered the sky and the earth, and the destructive power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. His sword was too fierce, and the entire world was trembling. The sound wave was even split in half. Lin Xian and the others used all their strength to block the terrifying sound wave. However, the 6 of them looked extremely solemn, because it was just a sound wave from the other party, and it was already so powerful. If the giant python attacked with all its strength, how terrifying would it be? Sure enough, the giant python attacked in the next moment. Its 3,000-meter-long body twisted, and then its long tail swung over like a long green saber. The violent power directly tore through the void. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't care about the poison in their bodies now, and could only swallow some pills in a panic to suppress the poison in their bodies. Then they quickly counterattacked. In the end, they appeared in all 4 directions, and terrifying energy blasted toward the giant green python in front of them. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand released tens of thousands of sword rays, and the terrifying sword aura completely enveloped the entire space. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also attacked together, and the violent energy directly flooded the space around them. The 6 great experts attacked at the same time, and the sky and earth exploded, wanting to kill the giant green python. Boom! However, they still underestimated the giant green python. When the tail swept over, it really had the power to shatter heaven and earth, and it directly shattered the void. Then Lin Xian and the others retreated, and the giant python's body also rolled over. However, this time, the giant green python was enraged. It roared at the sky, and a sinister expression appeared on its face. Green mist floated out from all directions, and that was the poisonous gas. Around it, there were poisonous snakes slithering quickly, and each of them had the strength of a 6-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying, and it wanted to completely engulf Lin Xian and the others. Humph! King Dubei snorted coldly, and a palm stretched out, covering heaven and earth. The palm was covered with runes, and it suddenly slammed down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire world was shaking. The 6 people attacked, and the poisonous snakes were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. However, more of them pounced on them. Kill! Lu Fei and the others roared, and they quickly attacked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and terrifying flames surged from his body. Fire Deity roared. It was an ultimate move, and it quickly attacked the giant green python in front of it. The giant green python released a terrifying light, and then it waved the long saber in its hand and rushed out quickly. The saber was like a green lightning, and terrifying energy split heaven and earth. It directly collided with Lin Xian's flaming sword aura. The energy exploded, and the surrounding void shattered. The poisonous snakes below were also blasted away in an instant. Lin Xian and the others were also affected, and they kept retreating. However, in the next moment, they all stared at the giant green python. They knew that they had to get rid of this guy first, or else they would not be able to move forward, and their lives might even be in danger. Cloud-breaking palm. Great compassion mantra palm. The 2 of them performed their ultimate moves, and suddenly, 2 huge palms appeared in the void. One was like a cloud, and it was extremely ethereal. The other was extremely huge, like the palm of Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 palms slammed heavily on Giant Mang, and the sound shook the void. Chapter 2106. The green python rolled on the ground in pain. At the same time, its huge tail swept over, and its 4 arms attacked quickly. Saber light, sword chi, spear light, and shield attack. Terrifying energy tore through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian and the other 5. The 6 of them fought an earth-shattering battle with it. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the battle was still earth-shattering and the void shattered. Other than Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the other were getting more and more poisoned. It seemed that the poison was about to break out again. Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the great dragon's sword soul. A green dragon coiled around his arm and emitted a terrifying light. The sharp aura shot up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the others' faces changed. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The aura he emitted shocked them and made their hair stand on end. It even felt like death. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm and a huge green dragon appeared. The palm covered the sky and the earth as if it was the hand of God. It directly grabbed the green python. The green python roared crazily and launched a terrifying counterattack against the green dragon's palm. Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if countless divine thunderbolts were descending. However, this move was the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how the green python counterattacked, it was useless. Boom! The huge green dragon's palm slammed down and instantly exploded the green python's head. Buzz! Green blood spurted out like a waterfall. A fist-sized divine crystal flew out from the python's head. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed it and put it away. Although the others were envious, they could only shake their heads at this moment, because the poison in their bodies was about to break out. 2 hours later, they opened their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally expelled the poison from their bodies. At this time, Lin Xian had already dissected the huge python. Among them, he chose the huge snake gallbladder and put it away. He said, "As for the rest of the items, other than the snake skin, you can split them among yourselves." Duan Qingqing and the other didn't hesitate and quickly walked up. Duan Qingqing kept her shield, while the Sword of Heaven and Earth kept her treasured sword. Duan Yin wanted the long blade, while Lu Fei wanted the long spear. Henceforth, the 4 weapons of the green python were divided between the 4 of them. The great Compassion King did not ask for weapons. He asked for the fangs of the poisonous snakes. In short, the 5 of them had gained quite a lot. After all, this green python was extremely terrifying, and its entire body was full of treasures. After that, they did not continue their journey. Instead, Lin Xian suggested that they prepare to rest. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed like there were more palaces at the back. However, the first 2 palaces were already so terrifying. Who knew how terrifying the ones at the back would be? Therefore, he felt that it was better to let everyone recover to their peak condition first. Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Although the poison in their bodies had been removed, their physical strength had been greatly depleted. Therefore, the group sat down cross-legged and prepared to cultivate. Lin Xian took out the strange crystals he had obtained earlier and began to absorb the energy within them. These strange crystals contained miraculous energy. They were only slightly inferior to divine crystals. Therefore, the effect of absorbing them was surprisingly good. Soon, Lin Xian finished replenishing the energy he had consumed. Not only that, but he also absorbed them with all his might. In the end, he directly propped up the dragon's sword's spiritual field and placed the strange crystals inside, refining and absorbing them with all his might. Lin Xian didn't need the god crystal or the snake egg. He wanted to wait until the lion had absorbed all the xenogeneic crystals before he could absorb the god crystal. As for the snake gallbladder, Lin Xian had other uses for it. He was prepared to refine some pills for consumption. This was because this green python was very terrifying. It was estimated that it had lived for thousands of years. Its cultivation was close to that of a peerless almighty. The effect of such a snake gallbladder was not inferior to those heaven and earth treasures. it was even stronger. If he used it well, it might be able to increase his cultivation by a large margin. Lin Xian knew that time waited for no one. He had to enter the almighty realm as soon as possible. Only then could he climb to a higher level of martial arts. Thinking of this, he looked at the huge corpse to the side. According to the 20-80 split, after letting the sword of heaven and earth and the others take the weapons, the huge corpse would be his. This thing was also a treasure. The snake's skin was very tough. They could not completely break it after so many attacks. In the end, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to shatter its head with one palm. If this thing was made into a battle armor, the effect would probably be better than the black armor. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and put away the 3,000-meter-long corpse. Seeing this, the people of the universe building sighed. To be honest, they were very jealous because they also knew that the corpse was a huge treasure. Not only the snake skin, but the flesh and blood also contained powerful energy essence. However, they had no choice. This was killed by Lin Xian. Moreover, there was an agreement of 20-80 split. Therefore, they could only watch with jealousy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were fine. After all, they were closer to Lin Xian. Moreover, the two of them had obtained treasures and were very satisfied. After half a day, Lin Xian stood up and said, "Let's go and see what's in the next palace." The others also stood up. After half a day of rest, they had recovered their strength. Therefore, they did not delay and set off for the next palace. After walking through the long passageway for a while, the Qin Kuan sword took the initiative to break the formation again. Then, the third palace appeared in front of them. This palace was even more magnificent and huge. At the same time, the vicissitudes of life were even more intense. Therefore, everyone had to be careful. It seemed that the monster inside was even more terrifying than the giant python from before. Lin Xian took a deep breath and punched out. His fist turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, opening the huge palace door. Then, a black armor appeared on his body, and he strode in. The people behind him also put up their defenses and followed carefully. After entering, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword's spiritual realm and enveloped everyone. Countless sword qi surrounded him. With the previous experience, he did not dare to be careless. If there was any poison in here, he would be able to defend himself immediately. This time, nothing unusual happened to the sword qi. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Then he said, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any poison." Duan Qingqing, sword of heaven and earth, and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no poison, it would be much easier. At least they did not have to be afraid. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Just as the 6 of them walked forward, the ground began to tremble, and runes began to light up from the ground. Suddenly, the entire space was lit up as if it was daytime. Then, everyone was stunned because there were a few huge creatures in front of them. In front of them was a stone golem that was more than 300 meters tall. Its body was covered in moss, as if it had not moved for a long time. Chapter 2107. The 7 stone golems stood there quietly like statues, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Duan Yunwang, let's work together to deal with the big one. As for the other 6 stone golems, Qingqing, you 4 deal with them." "Okay, no problem." The group agreed. Then, Duan Yunwang and Lin Xian walked nearby, ready to attack the 300-meter tall stone golem. Qingqing and the other 3 were ready to attack the other 6 stone golems. Boom! Lin Xian was the first to attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was like a black dragon rushing forward. Instantly, it hit the stone golem's body. Boom! In the next moment, the stone golem's body didn't shatter. Instead, there was a loud boom, as if thunder was roaring from the 9 heavens. Buzz! The 300-meter tall stone golem opened its eyes. Its huge eyes were like 2 pieces of crystal without any emotion. Roar! In the next moment, it raised its two stone arms to the sky. Then, it raised its head and let out a deep and distant roar. The roar echoed in the entire space, like the surging waves of the sea. Along with the roar, the 6 stone golems around it opened their eyes. In the next moment, they also let out roars like 10,000 beasts. Attack! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he and Duan Yunwang charged towards the giant stone golem like lightning. Qing Qing and the other 3 worked together and used their king's domain to cover the other 6 stone golems. Boom! A great battle erupted, and terrifying light shone between heaven and earth. Pum! Cloud Sea, Broken Cloud King, was the first to roar. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew in the entire space. Clouds and mist appeared, and the void was quickly torn apart. It was dark and terrifying. Then the clouds and mist drifted toward the stone golems. Although they looked soft, the power they contained was terrifying. It was a kind of soft power that could inadvertently shatter the void. Sure enough, when the clouds and mist turned into waves and surged forward, they collided with the stone golems. It was like 2 mountains colliding in the air. Roar, roar, roar. However, this large stone golem was indeed extraordinary. Its body seemed to be forged from incomparably precious immortal gold. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was not even a trace of injury. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand. Immediately, streaks of pitch-black sword light surged out rapidly. The sword qi was like a rainbow, extremely cold, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Clang! Clang! However, the giant stone golem's eyes glowed with a piercing cold light. It waved its stone hand to contend with Lin Xian's sword aura. The 2 collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Sparks flew in all directions as the void was pierced through. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned deeply, while the Broken Cloud King sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster was this? How could it resist the sword qi with its bare hands? One had to know that Lin Xian's sword qi was extremely terrifying. Even elite almighties would not dare to fight against it with their bare hands. However, the stone monster in front of him was actually able to block it and wasn't even injured. It was truly surprising. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were shocked, the giant stone golem suddenly bent down and slapped its hands on the ground. After slapping 18 times in a row, the entire ground trembled and countless cracks appeared. Following that, 18 earth dragons rushed out from the ground. Each of them was incomparably ferocious as they quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Boom! 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 Every earth dragon was incomparably huge. They filled the sky and instantly shattered the void. The terrifying figure instantly enveloped Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Duan Yunwang's palm, Cloud Mountain. The Broken Cloud King roared as he continuously slapped his palms to resist the earth dragons. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. Powerful. This stone golem was simply too powerful. It was even more terrifying than the python from before. Lin Xian planned to go all out. Buzz! 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 The dragon sword realm floated around him. The sword qi within it spun rapidly, stirring up heaven and earth. Rays of terrifying sword light bloomed, illuminating the entire sky. Kill! With a roar, he brought the dragon's sword realm with him and charged over quickly. Thousands of sword qi shone brightly in the sky. Each of them was like a peerless divine sword that made people tremble. Terrifying energy blasted towards the sky. In an instant, 9 of the earth dragons were enveloped. Those earth dragons roared ferociously as if they were real demonic beasts. They tore through the void and swept their huge dragon tails and dragon claws downwards. The 2 forces of energy collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split open. But soon, cracks appeared on the 9 earth dragons. Following that, their bodies suddenly exploded. On the other side, the broken Cloud King had also shattered the other 9 earth dragons and reappeared in the void. The 2 of them charged towards the giant stone golem, one on the left and one on the right. The giant stone golem was expressionless and unmoving like a mountain. It was like a god that looked down on all living beings. He stretched out 2 stone-like palms and slapped forward. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged between heaven and earth. 2 black figures quickly appeared and charged forward like 2 demonic mountains. Fire God roar! Lin Xian immediately summoned the shadow of the fire god. Immediately, a huge fire god appeared and waved its fist to fight against the terrifying palm. On the other side, Duan Yunwang also used his king's domain. It formed a huge palm that covered the sky and rushed forward. Boom! The void shattered, and the broken Cloud King's palm blasted the giant back. However, Lin Xian's flame giant was even more terrifying. The black fire directly enveloped the giant and burned it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the black fire spread as if it could burn everything. The giant roared crazily and roared towards the sky. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was obvious that this flame was a huge threat to him. In the next moment, it clapped its palms and leaped high into the air. Then it turned into a stone ball and rolled down. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. As it rolled, it formed a powerful impact that charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the flames on its body were extinguished. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms and shot out a thunder sword light. He transformed into an eagle and flew forward at high speed, directly blasting forward. Suddenly, the Wild Thunder Eagle slashed a hole on the giant's body. Many stones even fell from the stone golem's body. Boom, boom, boom. This scene caused a huge reaction. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and then the giant let out an angry roar. He clenched his fists and emitted an incomparably ancient aura. The fist was like thousands of mountains as it flew over quickly. Although it was 2 against 1, the stone golem was still not at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine how powerful the other party was. However, it seemed that it was not a human creature. Instead, it was a special existence that Lin Xian and the others could not imagine. Chapter 2108. Lin Xian was indeed too shocked. The giant stone man in front of him was extremely terrifying, far beyond his imagination, especially when the opponent's defense was too strong. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't have been able to break through such a defense. It seemed like he could only go all out. Lin Xian's gaze gradually became piercingly cold. The demonic sword in his hand flickered incomparably, sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Buzz! With a stab of the sword, a terrifying energy surged in the air as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The clouds in the sky churned, and huge waves swept across. The sword chi directly slashed forward. Boom! The sharp sword chi was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, ruthlessly slashing the giant stone man's body and sending him flying. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a second time. The terrifying sword light could devour the heavens and split the earth. The piercing killing intent tore through the void. There was even a dragon's roar in the sky. With endless aura, it once again enveloped the giant stone man. Boom! Boom! The entire space was almost overturned. The giant stone man was once again sent flying, crashing into the ground. This time, 2 terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and the surrounding ground was even more ravines that spread in all directions. Seeing that scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air because they discovered that the incomparably tough, huge stone man was finally injured. Their understanding of Lin Xian's sword chi deepened once again. Roar! As for the giant stone man, he climbed up from the ground. He looked at the two huge sword wounds on his body and was infuriated. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions, shaking the entire space. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others trembled. Even their souls were trembling. Duan Yunwang's pupils constricted as he kept retreating. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Countless sword qi rushed out from his body, turning into a huge azure dragon that appeared on his body. The azure dragon coiled around, lifelike as if it was a real divine beast. Its domineering aura destroyed the terrifying sound wave. Boom! Boom! At this moment, everyone's expression changed again because the huge stone golem in front of them clenched its fists and reached towards the ground. Suddenly, the earth rumbled, and a huge earth snake quickly formed in his hand. It was incomparably ferocious, and its body was extremely huge. It extended into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. The earth snake roared ferociously. Suddenly, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Then, the giant stone man held the earth snake in his hand like a spear and danced quickly. Boom! With a thrust of his spear, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. This spear was too terrifying. Lu Fei, who was also a spear expert, narrowed his eyes and his face turned pale. This was because he realized that even though they were both using spears, the other party's cultivation far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to resist. The terrifying long spear transformed in the sky, forming a long snake that was thousands of miles long. It roared ferociously and quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Endless waves of qi rolled in the sky. The violent fluctuations caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing this, the broken Cloud King's expression changed drastically. His instincts told him that he couldn't block this attack at all. He could only dodge quickly, and that was exactly what he did. He retreated rapidly and opened up a distance, wanting to avoid this attack. However, Lin Xian didn't move. He stood in front of them like a divine spear, emitting a terrifying aura. Beside him, a dragon's sword domain floated up and down, circling around his body. It transformed into an azure dragon, coldly staring ahead. Then, a terrifying force exploded from Lin Xian's body. Destroy, Lin Xian said, his voice cold and emotionless. At this moment, the void cracked open and countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each of them carried a shocking sword light as they struck down fiercely. In an instant, the terrifying spear light was shattered. Boom! The earth snake in the giant stone golem's hand also collapsed in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on its body. What? How could it be so powerful? Duan Yunwang was stunned. In the face of this attack, he couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian only said 2 words and directly shattered the opponent's attack. His combat strength was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid had already become a peerless almighty? Perhaps only a peerless almighty could easily resist the attack of this giant stone golem. No, he wasn't a peerless almighty. Soon, Duan Yunwang shook his head because there were rules in this stage. A peerless almighty couldn't enter at all. In other words, the opponent was at most a supreme. However, such powerful combat strength made him gasp. In front of them, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The area around him had become chaotic, and the huge dragon's sword realm enveloped him. No one could see clearly. Therefore, at this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. This was the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, it was used by him, and its effects were unparalleled. Therefore, he soon found the flaw of the giant stone golem. It wasn't the head, nor was it the heart. Instead, it was 100 meters below the heart. There was a bull-sized energy crystal there, emitting a faint glow. Of course, This could only be seen with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Thinking about it, that should be the divine crystal. It was the divine crystal that allowed the giant stone golem to move. If he took out the divine crystal, the giant stone golem would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Then his eyes became sharp again. He stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon's shadow on his body quickly spread and covered his palm. Lin Xian's palm turned into a ferocious dragon head. Dragon catcher hand. Lin Xian's palm grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a huge azure dragon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The speed of this palm was so fast that it directly split the void, forming a huge crack. Lin Xian's palm arrived in front of the giant stone golem in an instant. What fast speed! Duan Yinwang, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. The giant stone golem roared and raised its hand to punch in an attempt to block it. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Violent energy was stirred up rapidly, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading in all directions. Soon, something shocking happened. The azure dragon's shadow didn't disappear. Instead, the giant stone golem's palm collapsed rapidly and countless rocks fell. Boom! In the end, more than half of the palm was shattered. However, the dragon catcher hand was still grabbing in front of him fiercely. His target was the divine crystal that was 100 meters below the heart. Roar! The giant stone golem sensed the danger and roared crazily. It turned its huge body, trying to dodge. However, it was too slow. In the next moment, it was caught by Lin Xian. Chapter 2109. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his palm and took out the crystal. When the crystal left the giant stone man's body, the stone man was stunned. Then, countless cracks appeared on his body. Like a broken porcelain doll, he turned into countless gravel and scattered on the ground. Boom! 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 Dust flew and spread in all directions. The ground collapsed, and the entire underground palace shook rapidly. Not only the giant stone man, but the 6 small stone men also stopped attacking and roared at the sky. Their voices were filled with endless desolation. Then the 6 little stone golems also quickly crumbled. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and they turned into a pile of rocks. From then on, all the stone men were completely destroyed. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the huge divine crystal from the 300-meter-tall stone man pile. Then he put it away. Then he said, "You guys can divide the rest." Indeed, this piece of divine crystal was enough for him. The rest were all different kinds of crystal elements. Although they were not as good as divine crystals, they were still very precious. Therefore, Duan Qingqing, sword of heaven and earth, and the others did not hesitate and quickly divided them. When they were done dividing the items, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground in front of them. Then a stone platform protruded and formed into something that looked like a stone platform. Mysterious runes flickered around it. On top of the stone platform, there were 3 treasure chests. Each of them was made of gold and engraved with mysterious runes. What are these? Is there a reward? Everyone saw this scene. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. To be honest, this scene was also out of his expectations. However, he thought that it should be a reward. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. Sword of heaven and earth, and the others' eyes were burning. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. Wait, it's not that simple. What's wrong? What did you find? Everyone asked, because they knew that Lin Xian's current strength was very powerful. Perhaps he might be able to discover some special secret. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Did you see the runes of the array formation?" This was an ancient array formation. I have some understanding of it. This array is a selection array. In other words, we can only choose one of the 3 boxes. What? I can only choose one of them? Duan Yinwang asked. Young Master Lin, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I also want all 3 boxes. However, that was impossible. If they tried to force their way in, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a single chest. What to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, Lin Xian said that it wasn't a big deal. 1 chest was already pretty good. After all, it was an unexpected gain. So, let's think about which box to choose first. Everyone agreed. There was no point in arguing about anything else now. They had to choose the chest that contained the most treasures. But which one should he choose? The 3 boxes looked exactly the same on the outside. They were shining with golden light and were tightly shut. It was impossible to see what was inside. Let me have a try. The great Compassion King stood out. He channeled his soul power and pounced forward. But soon his soul was bounced back because there was an invisible force that prevented him from probing. He couldn't see clearly. Duan Jingjing, on the other hand, took a deep breath and stepped forward. She once again took out the ancient mirror and injected a stream of energy into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient mirror shone brightly, but this time it was chaotic and couldn't reflect anything. How could this be? Duan Qingqing cried out in surprise. This was simply too inconceivable. Her mirror was a very magical treasure that allowed her to see everything around her clearly. But at this moment, she couldn't see the 3 golden boxes clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon's sword territory enveloped him. It formed countless sword qi and blocked the view of others. Then he used the heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. The heavenly secret god eyes was extremely mysterious. He finally saw through the layers of fog and mysterious energy and looked forward. Soon, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile because he had seen the things in front of him clearly. In the first golden box, there was an old scroll. It seemed to be a cultivation technique. Moreover, a cultivation technique that could appear here must be of a high grade. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be tempted. After all, a high-grade cultivation technique was very tempting to them. However, Lin Xian was able to keep his composure. His eyes were even brighter as he looked forward. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Elementary Heaven Tier, Cultivation Technique. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath. Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. There was actually a Heaven Tier cultivation technique inside. He was too shocked. One had to know that the best cultivation technique he cultivated was only Earth Tier. He didn't have a Heaven Tier cultivation technique, and he had seen the power of a Heaven Tier cultivation technique. Previously, Bai Zijing had a Heaven Tier cultivation technique, 9 Revolution, Heavenly Origin Sword. Its power was indeed terrifying. If he didn't possess the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. But now he actually saw a Heaven Tier cultivation technique. How could he not be excited? However, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his body. Then he looked at the second box. In the second treasure box, there was a piece of metal. It was blue, like a star, shining with a cold light. This was starry cold light iron. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had learned a lot of knowledge from the dark red divine dragon and Hey Tuesday. Among them, there were some extremely precious natural treasures, and the starry cold light iron in front of him was a legendary precious metal. Legend had it that this wasn't something from the continent, but a star from the 9 heavens that fell onto the continent after being struck. This kind of metal was very precious. It could even be said that it was something that could only be encountered by chance because when a star fell, it would burn. Many would burn cleanly and turn into ashes. Only an extremely small portion could be preserved. This kind of starry cold light iron, whether it was used as a weapon or a defensive tool, its power was extremely powerful. Therefore, when he saw the second box, Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he was extremely tempted. Now, in terms of defense, he had the black cloak battle armor, sword chi defense, and the ice guardian. Moreover, he had just obtained a huge python skin. It was so sturdy that it would be very powerful if used to make a battle armor. However, in terms of attack, he only had a 9-way devil sword now. Chapter 2110. After all, this demon sword was used when he had just become a king, and he was already a 6-star king. It wouldn't be long before he became a mighty figure and an even more terrifying existence. And it seemed like it was time to change the 9-way demon sword in his hand. The starry cold light iron in front of him was an excellent opportunity. If he could forge a treasured sword that belonged to him, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. However, should he choose a heaven-tier cultivation technique or a precious metal? Lin Xian was very hesitant for a moment, but in the next moment he decided to take a look at the 3rd metal box first. He wanted to see what was inside the 3rd box. Inside the 3rd golden treasure box was a piece of divine crystal. Its size and purity were about the same as the one Lin Xian obtained from the giant stone man. If this thing was released under normal circumstances, it would definitely cause a group of mighty figures to go crazy. Even peerless mighty figures wouldn't be spared. But now, Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to it, because although this thing was good, it could be obtained from other places. For example, stone gambling. He believed that with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he would be able to cut out a divine crystal sooner or later. However, the first 2 things could only be found by chance. If he missed it at this time, he might never see it again in the future. Soon, Lin Xian thought for a while and gave up on the 3rd golden treasure box. However, he was in a dilemma as to which one to choose between the 1st and the 2nd golden treasure box. Outside, Qing Qing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also very puzzled. They saw that Lin Xian's body was flickering with light, and they couldn't see his expression at all. Young Master Lin, can you see what's inside the golden treasure box? At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth asked carefully. However, Lin Xian didn't answer. He wasn't in the mood to answer now. He was thinking about which of the 2 things he needed the most. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he wanted both things, because whether it was cultivation techniques or weapons, they were what he lacked the most. There's a treasure in front. At this moment, a voice of ecstasy suddenly came from behind, followed by several powerful auras rushing over quickly. Oh no, someone's coming. Upon seeing this, the faces of Duan Qingqing, the Qingkuan sword sovereign, and the others paled. In the next moment, their expressions turned even uglier. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he looked behind him. A few figures came from behind. They streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived near them. These people were none other than the experts under the 3rd prince's command. First Blade and Fist Tyrant were among them. Lin Xian, it's actually you. Sword Master Qingkuan, you've actually joined forces. When First Blade saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would team up with someone else. Could it be that the 8th prince had joined forces with someone else? This was indeed not good news. However, they were not afraid. This was because this time their lineup was also very strong. Other than First Blade and Fist Tyrant, the other 3 were also very strong. More importantly, they were in peak condition, while the people in front of them probably didn't have much energy left in their bodies. Therefore, although they didn't have as many people on their side as the other party, their combat power far surpassed the other party. Thinking of this, the experts under the 3rd prince immediately sneered. Among them, First Blade's eyes flickered. His gaze swept past Lin Xian and the others and looked at the front. There were 3 golden treasure chests that were flickering with mysterious runes. They were treasures. Seeing this scene, First Blade was overjoyed. He naturally knew that in such ruins, the treasure chests would definitely contain heaven-defying treasures. He didn't expect that they would encounter them, and from the looks of it, they hadn't been opened yet. Haha, The heavens are really helping me. On the other side, Fist Tyrant was also ecstatic. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he wasn't fighting alone now. In terms of overall strength, they definitely overpowered the other party. Therefore, at the next moment, he snorted coldly. Kid, we've taken over this place. These treasure chests are all ours. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing. Damn it. Hearing this, Duan Qingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They had obtained these treasure chests after killing the gigantic golem. Now that they hadn't opened them yet, how could they give them to First Blade and the others? Fist Tyrant, First Blade, don't go overboard. We were the ones who discovered this place, so the treasures are naturally ours. Duan Qingqing shouted coldly. That's right, we'll give you a chance. Scram quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Sword of Heaven and Earth also shouted coldly. However, First Blade and the others on the other side sneered disdainfully. So what if you discovered it first? Fight with your strength. If you're capable, then fight. Let's see who gets the treasures in the end. They were very domineering and arrogant. They didn't take these people seriously at all. Damn it. Everyone gritted their teeth in anger. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, what should we do? Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the others asked. What else could they do? Since they were here to snatch the treasures, they naturally had to fight their way out. Anyway, you don't have to hold back in this second round. Show them all your ultimate moves and beat them out. The treasures will be ours. At this point, Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Then he took a step forward. The aura on his body became extremely sharp. Seeing this, First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were extremely nervous. After all, they had seen the other party's means in the first round. However, the three people from the older generation behind him snorted coldly. Anger appeared on their faces. How dare young Brett go against them? He's really courting death. At this moment, an old man with a white bag stood out and shouted coldly, Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already given you a chance to escape, but you didn't take it well. Since that's the case, don't blame me. At this point, he shouted coldly. 108 white water pillars behind him quickly rose into the sky, circling in the air like 108 water dragons. A terrifying aura filled the sky, and a deafening sound was heard. The entire scene was extremely terrifying. The entire space trembled rapidly, unable to withstand this power at all. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He stretched out his palm, which transformed into a huge green dragon and grabbed in front of him. Boom! Wherever it passed, the void shattered and terrifying black holes appeared. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Buzz! The old man in the white robe snorted coldly. He waved his palm, and suddenly 10 silver light beams shot out from behind him. When they collided with Lin Xian's palm, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Whoosh! There was a huge explosion of energy and a violent aura swept out. Chapter 2111. Buzz! In the next moment, he pulled out his demonic sword and waved it. In an instant, 36 terrifying sword lights appeared and formed a huge torrent that quickly fell forward. The sword chi caused the entire space to tremble violently. Not to mention space, there were probably not many things in this world that could contend against such a terrifying sword chi. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack him, the white-robed elder roared angrily. He waved his hands, and the 108 light pillars behind him rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying energy wave. These light pillars contained destructive energy that instantly pierced through the void. In the next moment, the 108 light pillars collided with the 36 sword chi. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations shook heaven and earth as violent energy swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 108 light pillars shattered into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. The white-robed elder was stunned. First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were also shocked because they did not expect Lin Xian to be so much stronger than he was in the first stage. Damn it, how could this be? How could his combat strength increase so quickly? These people had ugly expressions because during this period of time, their combat strength had also increased, and they had all obtained opportunities. They thought that they could catch up to Lin Xian and even defeat him. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter would be even greater, and his combat strength would increase even faster. Now, not only did they not catch up, but the gap between them was widening. No, don't give him a chance. Let's attack together. First Blade roared angrily and pulled out his long saber. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. 7 blade techniques. He used his ultimate move right from the start. Fist Tyrant and the other great ancestors also made their moves, preparing to snatch the 3 golden treasure chests together. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others roared angrily and quickly counterattacked. In an instant, the entire space fell into complete chaos. Everyone began to fight for the 3 golden treasure chests. However, at that moment, a howl came from afar. That howl was filled with a strange and powerful energy. Immediately after, a figure that looked like a red lightning bolt quickly arrived. It was a red snake that looked very strange and even had horns and claws. On its back, there was a snow-white little monkey. When the 2 of them arrived, they looked at the 3 golden treasure chests in front of them and laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha. Another treasure, this is great. They all belong to this emperor. Who are you people? Get lost. When the First Blade saw someone else enter, he immediately became extremely nervous. However, when he saw that it was only 2 demonic beasts, he sneered. Then he slashed out with his blade. Although it was only a casual slash, the momentum was truly earth-shattering. Boom! It was none other than the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. Seeing that someone had made a move, the dark red dragon left a red afterimage in the air. Then, with a swing of its tail, it collided directly with the blade light. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as a majestic power surged out. The terrifying saber light was instantly sent flying. As for the dark red dragon, it was safe and sound. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. They knew the strength of the First Blade. It was extremely terrifying, especially that blade light. It carried a sense of despair that was like destruction. However, he was actually sent flying by the tail of the human will. What kind of demonic beast was that? Wasn't it too powerful? The First Blade's face was also gloomy. His eyes flickered. Who are you people? Who are we? We are the legendary Heavenly Bandits. Hurry up and hand over all your treasures and storage rings, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will slap you to death. The dark red divine dragon floated in the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Its red dragon claws pointed downward and made a crazy sound. The snow-white little monkey on its back also waved its little claws and kept nodding. Damn, these people are stunned. Below, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he only wanted these 2 guys to explore the ruins and search for treasures. He did not expect that these 2 guys would be so lazy and directly choose the simplest and most violent way to rob. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, they should have already heard of these 2 guys. It seemed that they were not the only ones who had been robbed. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. However, soon the corners of his mouth curled up. This was because it was convenient for him to do what he wanted. Soon he sent a voice transmission. Ruffian Dragon, Little White, hurry up and snatch the first treasure chest. I will go for the second one. Don't worry about the 3rd treasure chest. Hearing that, the dark red divine dragon was stunned for a moment, but then he looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian's figure not far away. Immediately, he grinned. Previously, he did not notice Lin Xian because he was too excited and attracted by the 3 golden treasure chests. He did not expect Lin Xian to be here as well. It seemed that this was a bountiful harvest. If the 3 of them joined forces, these people would definitely not be able to stop them. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sent another voice transmission. Be careful. There is a formation here, and you can only choose 1 treasure chest. Ask Little White to retrieve the items from a distance, and see if it can retrieve them. If it can't, then we can only break the formation by force. The items in the first 2 treasure chests are very useful to me, so I can't miss them. Don't worry. The dark red divine dragon and Little White Monkey nodded. Then Little White Monkey took off the small bowl on its head and began to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Lin Xian directly turned around and rushed forward when no one was paying attention. He performed the demigods and semi-devils, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 3 treasure chests. The next moment, he reached out his hand and directly grabbed the 2nd treasure chest. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his left hand, and he stabbed it into the ground. He was attacking the formation because he did not know if he could retrieve Little White Monkey from a distance. If there was no formation defense, he could definitely retrieve it. However, the formation was too magical. It was left behind from ancient times, and it would be troublesome if he could not retrieve it. Therefore, Lin Xian directly destroyed the formation. Boom! He did not hold back this time. He directly took out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed it into the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked. Cracks appeared, and the surrounding sky and earth shook. A crack also appeared on the formation. Although it did not completely shatter, its power must have been greatly reduced. Lin Xian quickly stored the 2nd treasure chest in the black earth. Then his figure flashed, and he fled into the distance. On the other side, Little White Monkey also used the treasure basin and opened a crack to obtain the 1st treasure chest. Then they also turned around and fled. This scene had truly happened too quickly, to the extent that no one could react in time. When they finally reacted, they realized that the 2 parties had already fled. Chapter 21:12. Ah, damn you, great thief! Lin, leave the treasure behind! Angry roars could be heard one after another. The remaining people went crazy. How could they not be heartbroken when they lost 2 golden treasure chests in an instant? Therefore, these people flew into the distance as if they had gone mad. However, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others did not leave because there was still the 3rd treasure chest. Although this was a selection array, there were already cracks in it. Perhaps there was a chance to retrieve the 3rd treasure chest. Therefore, they flew toward the 3rd treasure chest. The First Blade and the others were halfway through their chase when they came to their senses. They quickly turned around to snatch the treasure chest. After all, compared to Lin Xian, snatching the 3rd treasure chest was more important. Leave the treasure chest behind. The 1st saber roared and the 7 saber techniques flashed in the sky. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing, who were below, shouted coldly. They also counterattacked quickly. Buzz! Cosmos Sword Array. The Sword of Heaven and Earth also came. He instantly formed a huge sword array and surrounded the front. On the other side, another old man from the First Blade side also joined the battle. The battle erupted and was extremely intense. Short Qingqing shouted, Sword of Heaven and Earth, let's work together and split the loot equally. All right. The Sword of Heaven and Earth nodded in agreement and counterattacked quickly. Originally, they could stop working together after Lin Xian left. However, Lin Xian's strength was too strong. If they were to plot against Duan Qingqing and the others now, if Lin Xian and the other party came, they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it was better to work together. While Duan Qingqing was fighting, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also being chased. After all, The two of them had each snatched a treasure chest. How could the others not be jealous of such a tempting item? The people who were chasing after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were two old men. They were mighty figures of the older generation. They roared angrily as their bodies burned with terrifying flames. The one charging towards Lin Xian was a red-robed old man with a head full of red hair. At this moment, heat waves surged from his body. Like a fireball, he quickly chased after Lin Fan. Boom! With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with fiery red light. A pressure as heavy as a mountain followed. It enveloped Lin Xian like a wave. This was the furious strike of a veteran almighty, and the power it contained was truly terrifying. The entire void started to tremble and crack open. Whoa! Lin Xian coldly snorted. When he saw that there was only one person attacking him, he quickly counterattacked. He swung the demonic sword in his hand, and sharp sword light instantly bloomed. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. Boom! Boom! An intense collision shook the heavens and the earth. The huge palm of light was slashed apart by the sword. Not only that, the biting cold sword light quickly shot towards the red-robed old man, courting death. The red-robed old man roared in anger. He stretched out both of his palms and shot out two fiery red chi waves. They immediately blocked the shocking sword light. Raging inferno palm. With a palm strike, the entire space was dyed red. Then it shattered into pieces. Terrifying lava poured down from the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped in the air and slashed down with a long sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light tore through the sky. He was like lightning. While he was flying through the sea of flames, he charged towards the red-robed old man. Boom! When he got close to the old man, he immediately used the dragon's sword realm. Suddenly, a green realm enveloped the old man. Countless sword chi stabbed towards him from all directions. Damn it! The old man roared in anger and fought back with all his might. A fiery red realm appeared on his body and quickly resisted the dragon's sword realm. The two realms collided with a thunder-like sound. Kid, go to hell! At this moment, the old man suddenly took out a red fan and waved it in front of him. Boom! 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 A terrifying purple flame gushed out from the fan. Wherever it passed, nothing could survive. Everything was burned to ashes. What a terrifying flame! Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. That was because that flame was strong enough to threaten him. At the critical moment, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he threw out a black dragon fist. Suddenly, the terrifying fist rushed over like a black dragon with great momentum. It intertwined with the purple flames that filled the sky. The black dragon fist carried the flames of hell. The black flames and purple flames that filled the sky collided and intertwined, erupting into a dazzling light. What? You can actually resist my innate fire. The red-robed old man was shocked. The innate fire was a terrifying flame that he had obtained. Very few people below the level of a supreme being could resist it. Therefore, this was his killing move. It was very effective against his enemies. However, it was blocked by the other party. It really surprised him. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man's face was gloomy. However, in the next moment he opened his mouth and spat out flames into the gourd. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura was emitted from the gourd. Suddenly, the surrounding space collapsed and countless cracks appeared as if it could not withstand the power. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he pushed his speed to the limit and disappeared from the sky. Buzz! The moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally standing was directly split into two. A purple arc like a purple moon pierced through the void. Damn it, he actually escaped. Seeing that this move could not kill the other party, the red-robed old man's face became gloomy. This was one of his ultimate moves. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. It was very powerful in killing enemies. He did not expect the other party to not only have the black flames, but also be so fast. Whoosh! Thinking of this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he retreated to the side. This was because the void beside him had split open, and a figure was charging towards him at high speed. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He dodged the shocking killing move and quickly counterattacked. He slashed down with the demonic sword in his hand, and a terrifying power condensed in the sky. Buzz! The sword slashed down, and the world dimmed. The red-robed old man felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were broken. He roared angrily, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Red King's domain enveloped his body, forming a battle armor that completely covered him. Clang! The terrifying sword Qi slashed on his body, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. The red-robed old man was sent flying by the force. At the same time, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the sky red. Fortunately, he was only injured from the impact. The armor on his body had blocked the sharp sword Qi. Boom, boom, boom. The red-robed old man kept retreating, stepping on the void. Then he stabilized his body. His entire body was extremely gloomy, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He was injured. He was actually injured by a junior. If this news spread, no one would believe it. This was even more unacceptable to him. Chapter 21:13. Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom! In the next moment, he took out a green feather. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the feather. Between heaven and earth, green flames surged as if they were heavenly flames. The terrifying temperature was even more terrifying than the purple flames from before. What's that? Lin Xian frowned, and the black armor on his body automatically appeared. He felt a strong murderous intent. The other party's green flames were not weaker than his hellfire. It should be a treasure, and not an ordinary one at that. Kid, you should be proud that you're able to use my ultimate move. The old man in red's eyes were cold. He waved the green feather in his hand. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and an extremely terrifying force surged out. Buzz! Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He was surrounded by the dragon sword territory, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was circulating crazily. A green dragon shadow wrapped around his demonic sword. Not only that, but there were endless black flames dancing on his body. Then, a huge flame giant quickly formed. Boom! 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 The black flames swept out like hell, bringing with it an extremely cold and violent aura. It appeared in the void and destroyed a large part of the space. The fire god roared. With a roar, Lin Xian waved his long sword. The flame giant on his body condensed a black dragon sword in its hand and slashed down quickly. The murderous aura was like a dragon connecting heaven and earth. When the sword slashed down, heaven and earth lost its color. Seeing how terrifying the sword was, the old man in red's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated all the energy in his body to wave the green feather in his hand. Boom! Between heaven and earth, countless green flames danced and formed a green river that fell from the sky. The aura was too terrifying. Even the almighties who were fighting in the distance were trembling with fear in their eyes. Boom! When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying flame energy completely shrouded the entire space. Retreat! At this moment, whether it was the dark red divine dragon, the other almighties, or Duan Qingqing and First Blade in the distance, all of them frantically retreated. When the two flames collided, the energy that erupted was enough to threaten all of them. No one dared to provoke such a flame. One could only imagine what kind of impact Lin Xian and the red-robed elder, who were engulfed in flames, had to endure at this moment. Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, a figure dashed out rapidly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, there were 4 layers of defense on his body. The first layer was the black cloak battle armor. The second layer was the fire god phantom, and the last layer was the ice guardian, adding another layer of dragon sword, spirit domain. The terrifying 4 layers of defense blocked all the energy, but even so, his face was still pale without a trace of blood. The reason for that was because the power of the 2 flames was simply too frightening. Even so, he continued to advance through the flames. In the next moment, he arrived before the red-robed old man. What? The red-robed elder's face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with horror. Impossible! How could you move? He was simply too shocked. At this moment, his body was also surrounded by green and purple flames to defend himself. However, he could not move at all. This was already the greatest defense he could make. However, the other party was still able to move, which was beyond his expectations. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his long sword, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared on the sword. Then he slashed down with his sword. No! The red-robed Almighty roared crazily and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The sword split him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the purple fan and green feather. In particular, the green feather contained the power of the flames, which made his heart tremble. Needless to say, it should be a powerful flame treasure. All of this happened in a flash. After Lin Xian killed the red-robed Almighty, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance. The dark red divine dragon also flew out while everyone was still in a daze. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already disappeared. Then Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon pierced through the void and left the Big Dipper ruins. They flew for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row and came to a deserted area. The 2 of them stopped. What exactly was it? Why did they have to go so far? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. He had never seen Lin Xian so cautious. Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? Lin Xian did not say anything. He opened up a cave abode in the mountains, then went in and set up 3 defensive formations to cover the surroundings. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, he was so careful. What exactly was it? The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. In the next moment, he withdrew his dragon claw and took out a golden treasure box. Let me see what it is that you're so careful about, brat. The dark red divine dragon opened the golden treasure box and found an ancient scroll inside. However, when he saw the information on the scroll, he was shocked. The sword technique was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Kid, you're too lucky. The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. To be honest, he did not expect that there would be a heaven-tier cultivation technique inside the golden scroll. No wonder Lin Xian went through so much trouble to get it at all costs. Moreover, he ran for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row. That was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Even a peerless mighty figure would be jealous of it. Ordinary mighty figures probably did not have such a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. The dark red divine dragon looked and found that it was a sword technique. Then he handed it to Lin Xian. Soon he grinned. Kid, you got the second treasure box with your own hands. What good stuff is inside? Don't tell me it's also a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He was looking forward to it. Lin Xian actually got 2 treasure boxes at the same time. It seemed that the second treasure box should also be a supreme tier treasure that was not inferior to a heaven tier cultivation technique. Although it was not a heaven tier cultivation technique, it was still a treasure. Lin Xian smiled and opened the second box. Inside, there was a blue metal the size of a fist that was emitting a dazzling light. This is? The dark red divine dragon frowned and exclaimed after looking at it for a long time. This is the starry cold light iron. Damn, this is also a supreme tier metal. It's best to use it to forge weapons. The dark red divine dragon was drooling while Lin Xian smiled. Don't even think about it. I'm going to forge this into a sword. However, I can cultivate a heaven tier cultivation technique together with it. All right. The dark red divine dragon sighed. Since it was a metal that Lin Xian wanted to use to forge his sword, he naturally would not snatch it. However, it was still very satisfying to be able to learn a heaven tier cultivation technique. Chapter 2114. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time I'm trying to get votes for Qijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Lin Xian put away the starry cold light iron and opened the chaotic heaven destroyer sword technique. Let's take a look at this sword technique first. The current situation was more dangerous. This was only a small team sent by the third prince, and they were already feeling the pressure. Not to mention the third prince's team, and the even more terrifying first prince. He had to improve his strength again. Therefore, Lin Xian began to comprehend the chaotic heaven destroyer sword technique. On the other side, at the Big Dipper ruins, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth teamed up to fight against First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others. In the end, they gained the upper hand. Then they quickly left. In the end, they obtained the third treasure chest and divided the divine crystals inside equally. On the other side, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others led most of their men and set off aggressively. Soon they found a ruin. However, this relic had also caught the eye of someone, and that was the third prince's team. Moreover, it was the third prince's team. As soon as the 2 princes met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder, especially the 8th prince. He did not want to let go of this opportunity. This was because he found that although the third prince's team was strong, their numbers were not as good as theirs. Therefore, the 8th prince decided to attack immediately. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because he did not expect the 8th prince to gather more than a dozen experts around him. Could it be that they only had one team? Damn it, this 8th prince was actually up to such a trick. He was furious because all the prince's teams were divided into 2 or 3 teams. This way, they could cover a larger area and search for the ruins faster or snatch the King Jade Talisman. However, he did not expect the 8th prince to be divided into only one team. This way, although they were strong, they had fewer chances. He did not know that although the 8th prince had more people, he was also divided into 2 teams. However, the other team was Lin Xian's team. Damn it, what should I do? Are we going to leave or not? The powerful beings at the side thought quickly, while the third prince said, "Let's go, we can't let them surround us. The relic is a small matter. We can't afford to lose the Jade Talisman, and we can't afford to exhaust our main force. Now was not the time for a decisive battle." The third prince said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the people around him nodded in agreement. They still needed more strength. If they were to fight the 8th prince now, it would be too disadvantageous for them. Moreover, the combat power of the 8th prince's side was clearly superior to theirs. Thus, they decisively retreated. This third prince was quite decisive. He didn't even want half of the ruins that had been excavated. He was indeed a ruthless person. So what? He couldn't let them go. Chase! The 8th prince was in a heated discussion. As for the 8th prince, he waved his hand and led a large group of Almighties to chase after them. The people of the Grand Imperial Hall naturally saw this scene and immediately cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected that the 2 most powerful princes, other than the first prince, would meet so soon. Moreover, there was such a dramatic chase. This was something that had never happened before. Because the 8th prince and the third prince were on par with each other in terms of strength, the number of experts under them was also about the same. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. They had no idea who would win or lose in the end. But now the eighth prince had gathered all of his forces, while the third prince only had half of his forces. With such a comparison, the third prince was in a disadvantageous position and only had a situation of being chased. One had to admit that the eighth prince's strategy was really surprising. With such a lineup, no one except the first prince would be able to contend against it. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The elders and princes who supported the third prince had a solemn look on their faces. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side was filled with joy. The empress also frowned slightly. She had to admit that the eighth prince was a great threat to the crown prince's position. But now she couldn't help much. But she wasn't too worried because those that she had chosen for the first prince were all elite experts. Among them were the Golden Lion King, an expert from the war tribe. Thinking about it, no one would be able to contend against them. Thinking of this, the empress heaved a sigh of relief. In the second stage, the third prince was running all the way. They didn't dare to fight against the eighth prince. This scene was seen by the nearby teams, and they were all stunned. Damn, what did I just see? The third prince is running for his life. Could it be that the first prince is here? As far as they knew, the only person who could make the third prince so miserable was the first prince. But soon they were stunned, because they realized that the one who was chasing them wasn't the first prince, but the eighth prince. What made them even more shocked was that the eighth prince's lineup was too strong. Heavens, could it be that the eighth prince didn't have a team? Damn, the eighth prince is too cunning. Everyone exclaimed and retreated one after another. Because they were in a team of 5 or 4 people, they couldn't contend against the eighth prince's team of more than 10 people. But fortunately, the eighth prince didn't care about these people at all. He was chasing after the third prince with all his strength because the third prince was his main enemy to seize the position of the crown prince. Only by killing the third prince could he contend against the first prince. Therefore, he had steeled his heart to chase after the third prince. Old 8, I will remember today's grudge. One day I will pay you back. The third prince was running wildly in front, turning into a stream of light that kept flashing. He let out a roar of anger, because he was too aggrieved. As a top prince, he was not afraid of anyone except the first prince. He didn't expect that he would be chased by the eighth prince in front of so many experts and princes. How was he going to survive in the future? Therefore, the third prince gritted his teeth in anger. What? Third brother, do you want to pay me back? But unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Today, you will be eliminated. The eighth prince also said loudly. He was very excited because this was definitely a great opportunity for him. Everyone, chase after him with all your strength. You must not let him go. The eighth prince gave the order. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Among them, the 2 old men beside him said, "Third prince, what should we do? How about this? We will lead people to fight for a while, and you and the other experts will leave." Someone said. However, the third prince shook his head. No, the opponent was too strong now. No matter who he sent, they couldn't stop him. Moreover, they would lose their lives for nothing. The third prince gritted his teeth. He would never allow his elites to be lost. Because of this, his strength would be weaker, and he wouldn't be able to fight against the eighth prince at all, not to mention the first prince. At this time, a middle-aged man said, "I have an idea, but it's very risky." Chapter 21:15. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Chidian 5:15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. What is it? Tell me. The third prince asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man took out a map and flew quickly. He said, "Third prince, there's a big rift valley nearby. It's very dangerous, and it's said to be a ruin. However, it's very dangerous, and no one dares to go there. However, if we go down there, we might be able to get rid of the eighth prince." "Are you talking about the Dark Canyon?" At this time, an old man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, it's the Dark Canyon. The Dark Canyon is too dangerous. Almost no one has entered it in the Battle of Crown Prince. That's because there was a relatively strong prince who had the potential to become the crown prince who went in, but he suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of his men. Then that prince lost the chance to become the crown prince. You can imagine how terrifying the Dark Canyon is, but if we don't do it, we'll die. That's because we can't get rid of the 8th prince. Some people refuted. In the end, everyone looked at the 3rd prince, waiting for his decision. The 3rd prince also felt the pressure. Indeed, he had heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. It could be said to be a forbidden place. However, if he didn't go in, he would definitely be chased by the 8th prince. Although he was a prince and had ways to save his life, he wouldn't be killed. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't be eliminated. As long as his life was threatened, he would be teleported out, and he would lose the chance to become the crown prince. That was no different from killing him. Moreover, he knew that his current performance was seen by the emperor and countless elders of the royal family. It was embarrassing for him to run away for so long. If he was defeated by the 8th prince in the end, he would be utterly embarrassed. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the future. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to enter the Dark Canyon to give it a try. At least he could get rid of the 8th prince and come out quickly. All right, I'll go to the canyon. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew in another direction. That direction was the Dark Canyon. At the back, the 8th prince and the others frowned when they saw this scene. Among them, Daoist Long said, "Not good." They headed for Dark Ravine. It seems like they really were forced into a corner. Dark Canyon, you mean that place that is similar to a forbidden area? The others also cried out in alarm. Obviously, they had all heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. After the 8th prince heard this, his face also became gloomy. He sped up and stopped him. He absolutely could not let him enter the Dark Canyon. He wouldn't enter a dangerous place. After all, he was the one who was vying for the crown prince's position. Therefore, in the next moment, they couldn't help but speed up. However, the 3rd prince's group was determined to enter. Thus, the 3rd prince's group began to unleash their secret techniques, one after another. No matter the cost, they had to act quickly. In the end, the 8th prince and the others were still one step behind. When they arrived, they found that the 3rd prince and the others had already entered the Dark Canyon. 1. The 8th prince stopped in front of the Dark Canyon and was very angry. He smashed the surrounding mountain peaks with his palm. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood because this was a perfect opportunity to kill the 3rd prince. As long as he could kill the 3rd prince, his only opponent would be the 1st prince. However, he didn't expect that the 3rd prince would run into the Dark Canyon. On the side, Daoist Long said, "The 8th prince doesn't need to be angry. This Dark Canyon is called the Death Canyon. There is a high chance of death inside. Maybe we don't even need to do anything, and they won't be able to come out. Yes, this canyon is not simple. The previous rumors are true." The others also said. The 8th prince said in a deep voice, "I don't feel at ease if I don't kill the 3rd prince personally." To be honest, he was not confident. Because the 3rd prince was not inferior to him in any aspect, he could only feel at ease if he saw the 3rd prince being teleported out with his own eyes. Let's wait here first. I'm afraid that they haven't gone far. The 8th prince did not give up. He believed that the 3rd prince was only hiding in the Dark Canyon and did not really enter. Therefore, he planned to wait outside for the rabbit to appear. Soon, the 8th prince and the others stopped outside the Dark Canyon. Previously, they had explored a few ruins and obtained many heavenly treasures. This time, they could use this opportunity to cultivate and refine the treasures or heavenly treasures they obtained. Grand Imperial Hall. When the Empress and the elders of the imperial family saw the 3rd prince enter the Dark Canyon, they cried out in alarm. The elder on the 8th prince's side smiled. As for the 3rd prince, his face was gloomy and his expression was incomparably solemn. It was over. This third prince was too bold. He even dared to enter the dark canyon. Did he not know that it was a forbidden area? This time, the third prince might not be able to make it. Most likely, he had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, the third prince's people also had gloomy expressions. Truth be told, although they were shocked by the third prince's decision, if they were in his shoes, they would have no choice but to do the same, because this was the only way to escape from the eighth prince's pursuit. Therefore, although they knew that the dark ravine was very dangerous, they were helpless. He could only pray that the third prince was lucky. Not to mention the elders, even the emperor was frowning. However, even though he was frowning, he was not worried. That was because the third prince had a teleportation array on him. When his life was in danger, he would shatter the void and teleport back. However, if he did that, he would lose the right to compete inside the dark ravine. After the third prince and his people entered, they stopped. This was because they realized that the eighth prince did not enter, which made them heave a sigh of relief. However, they soon realized that the eighth prince did not leave either. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed outside the dark ravine. This wasn't good news for them, because the way out was blocked. They could not get out at all. They could only stay in the dark ravine. Although they were only at the periphery, they could still feel waves of gloomy and cold aura corroding their bodies. Damn it! The eighth prince is too abominable. How dare he block our way out? When the third prince's powerful figure saw this, they immediately gritted their teeth. The third prince's face was gloomy. Outside, most of the eighth prince's people were cultivating. Only a few of them were left to patrol. As long as the third prince came out or made a move, they would immediately wake the others up. It seemed that the eighth prince was determined to kill the third prince this time. What should they do? The third prince was very uncomfortable. Chapter 21:16. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. The third prince gritted his teeth. No, it's not going to work if this goes on. The eighth prince also noticed the situation. They noticed that the third prince was at the edge of the canyon and did not go deeper. In this way, it would not be a fatal blow to the third prince. Therefore, the eighth prince gritted his teeth and woke up all the powerful experts and rushed in. They also wanted to enter the dark canyon. Of course, their purpose was to let the third prince go deeper into the dark canyon. In this way, it would be a more fatal blow to the third prince. Sure enough, the third prince gritted his teeth when he saw this. He had no choice but to retreat again. Therefore, when they went deeper into the canyon, a black gust of wind blew around them. It included all the third prince's team. When the eighth prince saw this scene, he quickly brought his men and retreated from the scene. They did not dare to go deeper into the canyon. Moreover, it seemed that the third prince had encountered some danger. Therefore, they only needed to wait patiently outside. Because during this period of time, a lot of black gust of wind blew into their bodies and eroded their bodies. They had to clear the black gust of wind out of their bodies. Otherwise, it would affect their bodies. It would affect their combat effectiveness. A day later, the eighth prince and the others opened their eyes. The black gust of wind in their bodies had been removed. However, it still made them feel a lingering fear. At this time, the eighth prince frowned again. Although the third prince was surrounded by the gust of wind, they did not know what the final outcome was. How about this? I'll bring a few people in to check it out, Taoiseach Long said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Go in? What a joke! It's such a dangerous place, isn't it suicide to go in? Therefore, many people refused and the eighth prince sighed. It would be great if Brother Lin was here. The Brother Lin that he mentioned was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was so skilled and daring. He should not be afraid of such a place. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian was not here now. The eighth prince did not give up. He said, "We have a few chances to contact each other. It seems that we have to use it now." After saying this, the eighth prince began to send messages to Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. 2 days later, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing arrived near the dark canyon. They met with the eighth prince. "You guys are here." The eighth prince smiled when he saw the two of them. Then he asked, "Where's Brother Lin? Is he not with you? Or did you guys meet some danger?" Soon, Duan Qingqing Lu, to the third, to the dark escape, to the two, to the treasure, to the big. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had snatched a golden treasure chest and was being hunted down by the third prince's men, they all gasped. Therefore, they did not know where Lin Xian was. However, the eighth prince said, "Don't worry. He should be fine. Let's wait for a while." Indeed, the eighth prince believed in Lin Xian's strength. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei learned that the eighth prince had forced the third prince into the dark canyon, they were shocked. Then they became excited. They had been attacked by the third prince's subordinates. Now that the third prince was at a disadvantage, they were naturally happy. Therefore, the two of them sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. On the other side, in a mountain range, inside a cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had received the message from the eighth prince, but he was not in a hurry to leave. There was an antique scroll floating in front of him. It was the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Technique. He had finished reading the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Technique. It was divided into 3 levels, 3 realms. Moreover, this sword technique increased the user's combat power by condensing chaotic sword chi. There were a total of 24 moves in the sword technique. Among them, there were 4 killer moves. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the 24 moves. He could barely perform the first 3 moves. However, he could not perform the 4 killer moves for the time being. After all, this was a heaven-class skill. Although it was only a beginner heaven-class skill, it was not something that an earth-class skill could compare to. The difficulty was beyond anyone's imagination. It was not easy for him to master the first 3 moves in such a short time. It was all thanks to his heaven-defying talent in swordsmanship. Of course, there were 3 realms. He had not even reached the first realm. It was only equivalent to mastering it. However, he could feel that his combat power had increased by a lot just from mastering it. If he could fully perform the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Technique, its power would be heaven-defying. Now that he had understood the content, the next step was to practice. This required actual combat. Therefore, at the thought of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and woke up the dark god dragon. Then, dark red Shinong entered the black earth. His body swayed and left the cave. He was ready to meet up with the eighth prince. Along the way, he took out a spiritual boat and flew while he continued to comprehend the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Technique. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the spiritual boat. Then his figure descended. Soon he saw a huge canyon below him. It was as if the ground was split into 2. A cold and crazy aura filled the air from the canyon. Even though he was far away, Lin Xian could feel his heart palpitating. Why was the eighth prince in such a dangerous place? Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that the eighth prince was nearby. However, the aura here was too dangerous. Could it be that the eighth prince was in danger? Thinking of this, Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Buzz! Soon he landed on the ground. Soon he found the eighth prince and the others. So he flew towards them. Below him, the eighth prince and the others opened their eyes. Their gazes were like lightning piercing through the void. "Who is it?" An almighty shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder spreading in all directions. Lin Xian, on the other hand, revealed himself and said loudly, "It's me. It's you." The Almighty recognized him. When the others heard him, they opened their eyes and looked into the distance. When they found out that it was Lin Xian, they were shocked. "Lin Xian, you're fine. That's great." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were relieved when they saw Lin Xian. The eighth prince said, "Brother Lin, I was worried when I heard that you were chased by the third prince's men. Now that I see that you're fine, that's great. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, Lin Xian said. Then he looked at the huge canyon in the distance. But what are you guys doing here? Are you trying to enter the canyon? It was like this, the eighth prince explained the matter. What? The third prince was forced to enter the canyon? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He did not expect that the third prince, who was so powerful, would be so aggrieved. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. Chapter 21:17. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get votes for the Qidian 15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the powerful third prince would have such a sullen moment. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. At this moment, Taoist Master Long said, Young Master Lin, I want to go in and explore. Are you willing to go in with me? Of course, the dark canyon was very dangerous, and there might be a chance of death. If you don't want to, no one will force you. You want to go in? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to have such an idea. Although he hadn't heard of the legend of the dark canyon, he knew that it was very dangerous just by the aura it emitted. It was even more terrifying than the Big Dipper ruins he entered before. Thinking about it, it should be a dangerous place. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to want to go in. Why? Could it be that he was just chasing after the third prince and the others? He thought for a moment, then asked, Are there any treasures inside? To be honest, the third prince alone wasn't enough to tempt him. What really tempted him was that these people said that the dark canyon was a ruin. Since it was a ruin, then there should be treasures inside. If it was really a ruin, then it wasn't impossible to take the risk. After all, he now knew that the more dangerous a ruin was, the better the things inside. It was indeed a ruin, but only one person had entered it, and more than half of them had died. They didn't get any treasures. So since then, no one had entered it again. Therefore, no one knew if there were really treasures inside. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Only one person had entered it, and it was with such heavy losses. No wonder these people didn't dare to go in at all. However, based on these people's description, it should really be a ruin. It was just that it was a terrifying and dangerous ruin. In that case, there should be treasures inside. It was just that it was harder to get. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was a little excited. He wanted to give it a try. Firstly, he was quite strong. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul. Even if he encountered danger, he could resist it. Even if he really encountered a danger that he could not contend with, he still had his final trump card, the Black Earth. The Black Earth was so tough that even invincible kings couldn't break it. As long as he hid inside, he could avoid all dangers. Moreover, he still had some divine crystals and a large number of crystals on him. He could activate the Black Earth. It was enough to protect himself, no problem. In other words, the worst-case scenario was that he wouldn't be able to find anything and would have to hide in the Black Earth. If he was lucky, he might be able to find some treasures. After all, no one had explored the dark ravine before. This was an opportunity for him. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, Sure, I also want to see how strong this dark canyon is. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party was really going to go in. This was too shocking. The eighth prince was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Lin Xian would really choose to go in. However, he still reminded him, Brother Lin, have you really thought this through? It was very dangerous inside, and there was even a possibility of death. Don't worry, eighth prince. I have the ability to protect myself, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the eighth prince did not say anything else. Everyone also fell silent. Since the other party had said so, he could only nod in agreement. Was there anyone else who wanted to go? At this moment, Taoist Master Long stood up and looked around. No one in the surroundings agreed. They were very hesitant, even though the dark canyon seemed to be tempting. Although the dark canyon seemed tempting, it was too dangerous inside. They estimated that there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, these people directly shook their heads. However, some of them were still bold. At this moment, an old man stood up and said, "I also want to give it a try." It was actually the Lord of the Underworld. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Taoist Master Long's expression was also solemn. Then he smiled and said, "Since the Lord of the Underworld is willing to go, I'm naturally happy." Lin Xian looked at the old man and narrowed his eyes. The old man was wearing a black robe with blue patterns flickering on it. His body was emitting a cold aura. Although his face was old, his figure was very tall and his entire body carried a powerful dark aura. Moreover, from the other party's name, Lin Xian knew that he should be a darkness-type king. Judging from his aura, it was similar to the one in the dark canyon. No wonder he dared to come out. He probably had some confidence, other than the Lord of the Underworld. Everyone else fell silent and was unwilling to go. However, Taoist Master Long nodded in satisfaction. With the two of them going together, his chances of success would be higher. Then he turned around and looked at the 8th prince. "We'll go in first. 8th prince, you guys wait here first. At most 10 days. If we don't come out after 10 days, you don't have to wait any longer. You can continue with the battle." 10 days. Hearing this, the 8th prince took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "I believe that you guys will definitely come out." Then the 8th prince and the rest sat down cross-legged again and waited while cultivating. Taoist Master Long, Lin Xian, and the Lord of the Underworld turned around and entered the dark canyon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he entered the dark canyon, Lin Xian felt a black gust of wind blowing around him. It was as if a demon was pouncing on him. Buzz! Lin Xian frowned and immediately activated his black robe armor to defend himself. Instantly, the pressure on him decreased. However, the gust of wind still made clanking sounds when it hit him. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld also activated their armor and moved forward carefully. In front, Taoist Master Long said, "The two of you should be careful. The gust of wind here has a corrosive effect. It also has a cold death chi that can affect even King Almighties. Therefore, they should not be blown into their bodies." Such a terrifying gust of wind. Lin Xian was shocked. The dark canyon was indeed terrifying. Just the gust of wind here was enough to make many people's scalps go numb. King Almighties probably could not enter at all. Indeed, King Almighties would probably be torn apart by the gust of wind if they entered. Moreover, even Almighties had to be careful. It was said that even Almighties might not dare to enter the deepest part of the canyon. One had to admit that this place was too strange. The three of them walked in front. Lin Xian reached out and caught a gust of the gust of wind. He then used his soul power to sense it slowly. Soon he frowned. There was a thick death chi in the gust of wind that could deprive King Almighties of their vitality. To the vast majority of King Almighties, this was extremely threatening. However, there was an exception. The exception was the Lord of the Underworld beside him. This guy was probably a king of death and darkness. Therefore, he was not affected by the gust of wind. Instead, he was a little excited. The Lord of the Underworld looked around and grinned. Chapter 2118. This is really a good place to cultivate. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for too long. However, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Thus, he took out a black gourd from his storage ring and opened the cap. Immediately, the gourd shone and formed a vortex at the mouth of the bottle, absorbing the surrounding dark wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the looks of it, he wanted to store some dark wind to use when he went out to cultivate in the future. Up ahead, Taoist Master Long saw this scene and did not say anything. He only chased forward and carefully explored the path. On the side, Lin Xian did not absorb it either. These things were useless to him because his body did not have the dark aura of death. However, he soon narrowed his eyes, because he discovered that there were black shadows in front of him. They were connected together like a mountain range. However, Lin Xian could not see clearly now, because not only was there a strong wind in the dark canyon, but the surrounding light was also dim as if it was night. Moreover, he discovered that his soul power could not probe too far. He estimated that 3 to 5 meters was the limit. Any further, and he would be blown away by the dark wind. Therefore, if he wanted to see clearly, he had to use the heavenly secret divine eyes. And the heavenly secret divine eyes was his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not expose it. Therefore, when Lin Xian got closer, he discovered that there were indeed black mountain peaks in front of him. However, most of them were not tall. Moreover, there were some black trees growing near the mountain peaks. Those trees looked very strange. They were bearing fangs and brandishing claws. They were very twisted and looked like demons. Moreover, the trunks of the trees were black as ink and emitted a cold aura. However, their leaves were also black and fluttered in the dark wind. Among the branches and leaves, there were a few purple fruits. Lin Xian looked at the purple fruits in surprise. Mystic bellwood. This is a mystic bellwood. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a spirit fruit here. Mystic bellwood was a spirit fruit of heaven and earth. It was very precious and extremely rare, because it usually grew in cold and dark places of death. Such places were very dangerous. Ordinary mighty figures could not enter. Therefore, it was very rare to see mystic spirit fruits on the market. However, he didn't expect that there would be black bellwood in the dark canyon. To Lin Xian, this was indeed good news. It was an unexpected surprise. That was because it was a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth. Even though it contained a thick aura of death, it was still a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian had a few pill formulas in his hands, and just happened to need this mystical spirit fruit. If he had this mysterious bellwood, Lin Xian could concoct a few very effective pills to increase his cultivation. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a spirit fruit as soon as he entered the dark canyon? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Then, with a flash of his body, he quickly flew forward. Then he cut down a tree and put away the entire black bell tree. Then he put away the mystical spirit fruits on the other trees. Lin Xian's speed was very fast, so much so that the Netherworld King and Taoist Long only reacted when he had already collected quite a few mystical spiritual fruits. In particular, the Netherworld King was a little anxious. "Kid, slow down a little. Leave some for me." He was a dark king himself, so he also needed these spiritual fruits. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would need these things as well. 1 pound. This time, Taoist Long didn't just stand by and watch. He also flew over and began to collect the mysterious bellwood and mystical spirit fruits. Soon, all the mystical spirit fruits in the surroundings were divided among the 3 of them. "All right, let's continue on our way." Taoist Long also revealed a satisfied smile. Although these spiritual fruits were useless to him, he could sell them. Those dark kings would definitely be very willing to buy them. However, just as they were about to leave, there was a sudden movement in the black grass below. Then 3 terrifying bolts of lightning instantly shot toward Lin Xian and the others. Buzz! The void was instantly pierced. The terrifying black lightning was so fast that Lin Xian and the others couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the 3 black figures were already in front of them. It was too terrifying. The 3 black figures exuded a cold aura as if the Grim Reaper was summoning them. Lin Xian and the others felt the blood in their bodies freeze. It was as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Humph! The 3 of them were top experts. Hence, even if it was dangerous, they could still react in time. Taoist Long snorted coldly and roared out a sound wave. Instantly, the sound wave emitted a strong fluctuation. It was as if countless heavenly blades were slicing through the air. It directly shattered the void and blasted forward. The Netherworld King also made his move. A purplish black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him and completely enveloped him. Lin Xian's gaze was even sharper. An extremely terrifying sword light shot out from his eyes. It directly cut through the void and destroyed everything in its path. This was the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It instantly enveloped the black figure and sliced it in half. With a thud, that thing fell to the ground. Then black blood oozed out. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his back was completely drenched in sweat. This was because it was too dangerous. He looked down and saw that there was a black monster below him. It had already been killed by him. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King had also killed the other two strange snakes. However, they did not look too good. They did not expect to encounter a wave of danger as soon as they entered. These monsters are too strange. We did not sense them at all. The Netherworld King frowned. Daoist Long's eyes also flickered. In the next moment, his eyes emitted a spiritual light as he scanned the surroundings. Lin Xian also used his soul power to investigate. However, the surrounding wild wind had a certain degree of interference to the soul. Perhaps this was also the reason why the three peerless experts did not detect any danger in their surroundings. However, this incident made Lin Xian even more vigilant. This dark canyon was indeed extremely terrifying. No wonder it was so terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them were top-notch experts, the attack just now would have taken their lives. At this moment, Daoist Long retracted his gaze and took a deep breath. Let's go. We have to be careful. This place is too strange. I'm afraid the third prince will not have it easy either. After that, Lin Xian and the other two moved forward cautiously again. Indeed, the third prince was also swept into the dark canyon. Their exits were sealed and they could not get out at all. Moreover, they were swept by the surrounding wild black wind. As a result, they had completely entered the dark canyon. To make matters worse, the third prince and the others had lost their way. They also realized that their soul power could at most detect a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Therefore, they could not determine their direction. Helpless, they could only identify a direction and move forward carefully. Crack! The ground under their feet was black. The group walked carefully. Suddenly, the sound of a stone shattering was heard. Chapter 21:19. The next moment he extended his hand and sucked a black stone up. Suddenly his eyes widened, and then a hint of excitement burst out in his eyes. Obsidian, that's obsidian. What? Obsidian. Hearing that, the surrounding king mighty figures all turned their heads. When they saw the black stone, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Obsidian was a very precious metal. It was a top-grade material for making weapons. That mighty figure did not expect to find a piece of obsidian there. The others' eyes were also burning, and they even began to look around. There's another piece over there. Sure enough, at that moment, another mighty figure discovered a piece of obsidian lying on the hill in front of him. Immediately, he stomped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed over. Buzz! Soon he arrived at the hill and sucked with his palm. Haha, it's really obsidian. When he grabbed the black stone, the mighty figure looked up and laughed loudly. She was overjoyed, too overjoyed. He originally thought that coming to Dark Canyon was a very dangerous thing, and he might not even be able to get out. However, he did not expect to find an obsidian. He was very happy and turned around to return the way he came. However, at that moment, 2 black rays of light suddenly appeared under his feet. Like black long swords, they instantly pierced through his body. No, the mighty figure's eyes widened in fear. He felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. He wanted to resist and struggle. However, he could not do it at all. In the end, the light in his eyes disappeared, and his body fell to the ground with a plop. Clang! 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 The obsidian in his hand kept rolling on the ground, making clanging sounds. Finally it fell to the side. Not far away, the third prince and the others were stunned. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? How did a mighty figure get killed in an instant? What happened to him? To be honest, they did not care at all. They did not expect that the mighty figure would be killed. Their gazes were all focused on the obsidian. Damn it! Oh no, there's danger! The third prince was the first to react. He roared angrily, and the sound waves surged and surrounded his surroundings. The mighty figures around him also came back to their senses, and they were all sweating profusely. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, armor appeared on their bodies, and their king's domains exploded out, covering the sky. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. However, when they tried to investigate, the black wind around them became even colder, as if it wanted to blow away their souls. At this moment, a series of cracking sounds came from the corpse of the Almighty. It even began to tremble slightly. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the corpse had come back to life? The third prince's gaze was also extremely solemn. The aura of the Way of the Dragon circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. However, his gaze was extremely solemn. This was because this place was too strange. He had never been here before. Moreover, there was no information on his palm. He could only rely on himself to figure things out. However, the situation in front of him was too strange. Humph! The third prince let out a cold harumph. With a wave of his hand, a giant palm emitting a red glow was slapped forward. It directly enveloped the corpse of the mighty figure in front. Boom! In the next moment, the mighty figure's corpse was smashed into pieces. However, everyone was stunned because they discovered that there were a few small black lizards inside the supreme expert's corpse. They were quickly eating the flesh and blood of the mighty figure. What kind of monster was that? Everyone gasped. It was eating the corpse of a mighty figure. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? Crack! At this moment, the head of the mighty figure suddenly moved. Then another black lizard crawled out. The brain of the mighty figure had been eaten clean. Buzz! In the next moment, the black lizard suddenly raised its head. Its scarlet eyes shone brightly as it stared at the third prince and the others. Not good. When the third prince and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. In the next moment, their king's domains quickly lit up, forming rows of light screens in front of them. Buzz! Clang! Just as they finished doing all this, a violent collision occurred in front of them. Then, the sound waves rippled, and the energy attack caused the blood in their bodies to churn. The black lizard in front of them was also knocked back. It was very angry and let out a series of roars. So fast! What was that thing? A big lizard? These people felt a chill in their hearts. It was too fast. If the third prince hadn't warned them, they would have been pierced through. Damn it, it wasn't a lizard. It was a crocodile. Beside the third prince, an elder's voice was trembling. His eyes were emitting a purple light as he stared at the crocodile in front of him. Crocodile? You're saying that these black things are crocodiles? After hearing this, the others were also stunned. However, one of them frowned. They were too small. How could there be such a small crocodile? However, after saying this, he was stunned. Could it be that these were just young ones? There was a terrifying adult one here. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. The third prince said, "Everyone, be careful and leave this place quickly. This is probably the territory of a peerless demon king." Everyone retreated. The king's domains on their bodies became even brighter, forming a solid barrier. They realized that they had mistakenly entered the territory of a peerless demon king. They had to leave now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the surrounding black crocodiles climbed up one by one and surrounded them. They stared at the third prince and the others with their scarlet eyes. Whoosh! 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 They were like sharp black swords, constantly attacking. They cut through the void and collided with the king's domains. There was an intense collision. Every collision brought about a strong gust of wind. However, the third prince and the others were all top experts. Their king's domains were extremely terrifying. Therefore, the small crocodiles could not break through at all. However, the third prince and the others did not have it easy either. The energy from the collision caused their blood to churn. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How can it have such terrifying power? The third prince and the others had ugly expressions. In the grand imperial hall, the emperor, the empress, and the royal elders frowned when they saw the scene. It's over. The third prince is probably in danger. He actually entered the depths of the dark canyon. Many of the royal elders shook their heads and sighed. However, even more of their eyes were shining. The dark canyon has always been mysterious. Except for that one time a few hundred years ago, we have never had a chance to explore it. This time, perhaps it's a good opportunity. You're right. Another royal elder nodded. Although this space is under our control, there are some places inside that we still do not understand. The Dark Canyon is one of them. I have a feeling that this place is not simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some of the royal elders frowned. What are those black crocodiles? Chapter 2120. I have a feeling that this place is not simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some elders frowned. What exactly was that black crocodile? How could such a small body have such a powerful impact? If it were not for the fact that the third prince and the others were so powerful, they would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the emperor's eyes flickered. He looked at the light screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. That was dark, demonic crocodile. Rumor had it that it had gone extinct. Who would have thought that it would appear here? The emperor's voice sounded. When the surrounding elders heard that, their expressions changed drastically. What? Dark, demonic crocodile? That terrifying demonic beast in the legends? They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions were incomparably shocked. The elders who supported the third prince had ugly expressions on their faces. That was because they knew how terrifying the dark, demonic crocodile was. They did not expect the third prince and the others to encounter it. It would be very difficult to deal with them. As expected, the third prince's side suffered a serious blow. Although they worked together to form a solid barrier to resist the crocodile's attacks. In the end, the barrier was pierced by a group of black crocodiles. Immediately, a mighty figure screamed in agony as his head was cut in half. Whoosh! 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 His king's domain also shattered in an instant. When the other black crocodiles saw that, they all rushed forward. A total of 5 crocodiles covered the mighty figure's body. Soon, they devoured all the flesh and blood on his body. Only a pile of bones was left, floating in the wind. Seeing that, the third prince and the others felt their scalps go numb. They were all terrified. The third prince roared angrily. Stop holding back and attack with all your might. We must leave this place. In the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body erupted, and a huge true dragon circled around his body. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail and released a terrifying force that carried him into the sky. The others also used their ultimate techniques to resist and quickly retreated. The 5 black crocodiles also moved and quickly chased after them. The 2 sides exchanged blows, and a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The mountains below collapsed, and the ground caved in. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also attacked. They left the Mystic Bell tree and headed deeper into the forest. During this period of time, they encountered many treasures along the way. All of them were treasures of darkness and death. In the outside world, it was very rare to see such a person. This made them feel as if they had picked up a treasure, and they kept plucking it. However, at this moment, the black ghost grass in the distance seemed to have come alive. Each and every one of them was like an octopus, continuously growing larger. It was like a black mountain. The black leaves were like a dark underworld river that surged in the air and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the other two. Pung, pung, pung. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other two quickly dodged. A huge crack appeared in the void where they had been standing. The three of them stood in three different directions, looking at the huge black ghost grass in front of them with grave expressions. Be careful, those black leaves are poisonous. The Netherworld King reminded him in a deep voice. He was also a king of darkness, so he was very familiar with these things. Hearing this, Daoist Long and Lin Xian immediately activated their king's domains and covered the area. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword qi, covering a radius of several miles. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of sword qi. Retreat, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, the Netherworld King's eyes flickered. Don't panic. Kid, let's work together and get rid of this ghost grass. There are a few hearts of darkness in it, which are very nutritious. Hearts of darkness? Darkness-type items are useless to me. Lin Xian frowned. The Netherworld King wanted to use his power to obtain benefits for himself. How could he agree? Although they were now in the 8th Prince's camp, it did not mean that Lin Xian could be ordered around by others. Kid, we're all in the same boat. Just do it. At most, I'll use other treasures to buy it. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, promise me that the heart of darkness does contain terrifying energy. Although there's a dark aura on it, you can use my dragon blood to wash it away. Okay. Hearing that the dark red divine dragon had a way to get rid of the dark aura, Lin Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Without the death aura, the mind energy contained in it could also be absorbed. Thinking of this, he nodded solemnly. All right, I'll do it too. I don't need you to buy it. Give me a share of the heart of darkness. You want the heart of darkness too? Hearing this, the Netherworld King was stunned. Then he asked, What do you want that for? To be honest, he was a little surprised, because apart from him, who was a darkness-type king, he could absorb it. Perhaps Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long could not. However, Lin Xian actually wanted it. That surprised him. Even Taoist Master Long was puzzled. Lin Xian said, Don't worry about it. I have my uses. How about it? If you give it to me, I'll help you. If not, then forget it. All right. Since you want it, we'll split it equally. The Netherworld King said, Taoist Master Long, I'll use other Dharma treasures or treasures to compensate you for your loss. No problem. Taoist Master Long nodded. Indeed, he did not need the heart of darkness. However, since the Netherworld King was willing to exchange it with something of equal value, he was naturally happy to do it. Boom! Just as the three of them were discussing, the dark ghost grass in front of them emitted an angry sound wave. Then his black leaves began to tremble rapidly. Like a black waterfall, they once again slashed toward Yishuin. It had to be said that the dark ghost grass was too terrifying. Although it was just a grass, after thousands of years of cultivation, it had become a terrifying monster king. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its match. Therefore, Lin Xian and the other two were prepared to attack together. Buzz! Lin Xian drew his demonic sword, and his body emitted a terrifying sword qi. Rays of sharp light were emitted from the demonic sword, giving off a feeling of invincibility. On the other side, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand, and he looked like a god of war. Taoist Master Long was the 8th Prince's most trusted powerhouse. He was very powerful. When he attacked, his aura alone was enough to shatter the world. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The Netherworld King's eyes were also shining. Rays of purplish-black light appeared on his body and quickly circled around him. Then, a pair of purplish-black wings formed on his back and kept flapping. He was also an elite powerhouse. Moreover, With the enhancement of the dark element, his power was even more powerful. He could even use the surrounding wind to form an even more powerful attack. Kill. Chapter 21:21. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around the purple wings, increasing the power of the attack. Taoist Master Long also made his move. The red spear in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting a fiery red light. The spear pierced out, turning the entire sky red. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the ghost grass in front of them. Lin Xian didn't back down either. His 9-darkness demonic sword continued to grow in size. It was like a black mountain that came crashing down. The murderous aura was like a dragon, shattering the void. In an instant, it completely enveloped the dark ghost grass below. In fact, the entire void was rapidly collapsing. It could not withstand the power at all. Lin Xian and the other 2 launched powerful attacks in an instant. When the dark ghost grass saw this scene, pairs of eyes appeared on its black leaves, emitting a furious light. Then, its dozens of leaves continued to grow until they were 1,000 meters long. Each of them was like a heavenly knife, stirring rapidly. Boom, boom, clang, clang, clang. The sound of an intense collision rang out, followed by a huge explosion in the void. Although the black leaves were soft, they were able to withstand the powerful attacks of Lin Xian and the other 2. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. Whoosh! In front of them, a chaotic and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, in this chaotic void, another 3 black rays of light rushed out and attacked Lin Xian and the other 2. Another 3 leaves, each like a black spear, pierced toward them. Whoosh! Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. His body swayed, and he dodged the terrifying attack. But soon he frowned. That was because the leaves were very soft. At this moment, they turned around and pierced toward him again. It followed him like a shadow, as if it would not give up until it reached its goal. Humph! Ice protection! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a ball of blue frost appeared on his body. Then, the statue of an ice goddess appeared. The huge ice goddess held a staff in her hand and shot out frost. Suddenly, everything within 1,000 miles turned into ice crystals. The cold air drifted, freezing everything. The world was completely frozen, as if space had been frozen in an instant. The black ghost grass also slowed down, and a thick layer of frost appeared on its leaves. It was getting heavier and heavier, about to be frozen in the void. Crack! In the end, he was really frozen in the void. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ice before it exploded with a boom. The black leaf let out a furious roar and charged at Qin Nan again, like a black flood dragon. So valiant! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful demonic beast. One had to know that his ice came from the Cerberus. Its power was something that even ordinary mighty figures could not withstand. However, the black leaf was actually completely fine. This really surprised him. However, it was not completely ineffective. It was just that the speed of the black ghost grass was much slower than before. It seemed that he was still affected. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he continuously released streams of icy aura. The sword light in his hand kept flashing and slashing at the leaves every time. Clang! The leaves were abnormally soft and had a gentle force that could block most of the sword chi. However, after dozens of slashes, a small sword mark appeared on it. This made the dark ghost grass very angry. In the next moment, more black leaves swept over, and each of them had to withstand the attack of 3 leaves. Whoosh! The 3 leaves covered the sky and charged at Lin Xian and the other 2. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged them. The Lord of the Underworld hid in the darkness and narrowly avoided the attack. However, Taoist Master Long was completely wrapped up by the 3 leaves, as if he was a big dumpling. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld sighed in the distance. Oh no, this guy won't be killed directly, right? He was indeed worried about this because the ghost grass was too strong. It had surpassed the strength of ordinary elite almighties. If he was hit head-on, it would be difficult to block it. Boom! Boom! The 3 leaves wrapped around Taoist Master Long and kept spinning, hugging him tighter and tighter. Countless cracks appeared in the void because of this force. One could imagine how much pressure Taoist Master Long was under at this moment. Open. However, just as Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld were worried, a cold voice came from the darkness in front of them. Then, countless red lights flew out from the gaps between the 3 leaves and dyed the entire world red. Following this, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth and exploded. Boom! The 3 leaves were blasted away, and there were many holes on them. One of them was even blasted in half. One could imagine how violent Taoist Master Long's aura was just now. At this moment, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand and looked like a god of war. The dark ghost grass was furious. It did not expect the human in front of it to be able to injure it. In the next moment, sharp patterns appeared on the edges of its leaves. Even the surface of the leaves began to have a black liquid with a strong poison. When an almighty touched it, there would be a sizzling sound of melting. It could be said that this poison was very strange. Once touched, it would be very difficult to remove. Taoist Master Long said coldly, "You too, don't hold back. Quickly finish it off." There were many dangers in this place. After saying that, Taoist Master Long snorted coldly. A red armor appeared on his body and kept expanding. This armor and the Red King's domain formed a solid space that blocked the black poison. It ensured that Taoist Master Long would not be contaminated by the black poison. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and shook it forcefully. The entire sky was directly split in half. When the Lord of the Underworld saw this scene, his expression turned serious. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and his body emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. At the same time, a huge, purplish-black ball of light quickly formed above the dark ghost grass and kept spinning. It grew bigger and bigger until it was like a black mountain floating in the air. This was not the end. In the space below the purplish-black ball of light, an incomparably dark formation appeared. There were mysterious runes on it that flickered. The black runes below and the black ball of light in the sky combined to form an incomparably terrifying space. A powerful pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from the king's domain and crushed the dark ghost grass. The dark ghost grass changed shape and let out a miserable cry. Boom! Boom! Chapter 21-22. Bang! At the same time, Taoist Long's spear slashed down rapidly, and dozens of black leaves were cut off. Then, the spear shrouded the body of the dark, ghastly grass. Roar of the fire god! Lin Xian did not hesitate and held his sword with both hands. Suddenly, the hellfire on his body spread and formed the shadow of a fire god. Then, he slashed down with his giant black sword. Flames filled the sky as the giant sword slashed down and tore the sky in half. The powerful flames merged with the terrifying sword chi and burned dozens of leaves at the same time. In an instant, the sword arrived in front of the dark, ghastly grass and slashed down. Boom! The terrifying attacks of the 3 experts directly blew up the area in front of them, completely submerging the dark ghost grass. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Rays of terrifying light quickly surrounded the area. This scene was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy the world. The dark, ghastly grass in front of them let out a shrill cry. It was obvious that although it was powerful, it could not withstand the combined attacks of Lin Xian and the other 2. As expected, all the black leaves on its body were broken. They were torn into pieces. Its body was also covered with terrifying cracks. One of the sword scars had almost split him into two halves with a single move. Roar! The dark, ghastly grass was finally angry. However, it did not die, so it launched its strongest attack. Boom! 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 Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could see a few black seeds in the body of the dark, ghastly grass. They were like a heart that kept beating. Every time it beat, it would bring forth a powerful energy. Could this be the heart of darkness? Indeed, such powerful energy. Lin Xian was shocked. However, there was no time for him to think about it, because with the beating of the heart of darkness, the dark, ghastly grass once again exploded with majestic energy. Then, the broken leaves on its body were restored again. They were like thousands of hands dancing in the air. Then they attacked forward. Boom! The void collapsed in an instant. The terrifying cracks spread for miles, and the entire sky was torn into pieces. Damn it! How can this guy still have the strength to fight back? Lord of the Underworld's face turned ugly when he saw this. In the next moment, he quickly formed a seal with his fingers, and the large purple ball of light appeared once again. This time, it was even larger than before. It covered the entire sky as if it was going to crush the world. On the other side, Taoist Master Long also shouted coldly, and the red light on his body became even more monstrous. He was like a flaming war god that had descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, the flaming spear in his hand transformed into a fiery red flood dragon that roared towards the sky. On Lin Xian's body, balls of primal chaos aura appeared. Then the sword Qi slashed out. Instantly, a destructive aura swept out. Even the expressions of the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long changed. What a terrifying sword energy! What kind of swordsmanship was that? They were extremely shocked. This was the primal Chaos Heaven destroyer sword that Lin Xian had obtained. Although he could only use the first 3 moves, the primal chaos sword Qi was simply too terrifying. After all, it was a heaven-class cultivation technique. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it could be said that it could destroy everything. Boom! As expected, in an instant, Lin Xian chopped off thousands of black leaves and then slashed down in a frenzy. The other 2 attacks also landed directly on the dark, ghastly herb. This time, the dark, ghastly herb could no longer resist. Its body exploded, and then 4 hearts of darkness floated in the void. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He reached out his hand, and a huge hand that was like a green dragon grabbed 2 of them. The other 2 belonged to the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld chuckled and rolled up his sleeves to put away the 2 hearts of darkness. At the same time, he took out treasures of equal value from his storage ring and handed them to Taoist Master Long Haha. What a great harvest this time! The Lord of the Underworld was very satisfied. With the heart of darkness, he was sure that his cultivation would increase by another level. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. As long as the death aura in the heart of darkness was removed, he could also absorb it. Why don't we continue to explore? Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. Obviously, he had also tasted the benefits. The treasures in the Dark Canyon were much more precious than those in the outside world. I can't wait. The Lord of the Underworld was the most excited because the aura here was very compatible with him. It was all useful to him. Lin Xian also nodded at the side. At the same time, he secretly sent the 2 hearts of darkness to the Black Earth so that the dark red divine dragon could evolve with the dragon blood. After that, Lin Xian and the other 2 continued on their journey. However, they did not know that there was a change at the entrance of the Dark Canyon at this moment. Originally, according to the agreement, the 8th Prince and the other elite almighties were waiting silently at the entrance of the Dark Canyon. They were cultivating while waiting for Lin Xian and the others to return. At the same time, they were monitoring the movements in the Dark Canyon. However, on this day, there was a whistling sound coming from afar. A golden figure was flying toward them like a golden lightning bolt. There was someone. Seeing this, many adults opened their eyes. The eighth prince also opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then he frowned. The other Almighties also felt that terrifying aura. All of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh! In the next moment, the golden figure tore through the void and appeared near the eighth prince and the others. What? It's you! When the eighth prince and the others saw this figure, they were also shocked. Then they looked around carefully, because this golden figure was none other than the young man from the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. His tall body was filled with the luster of the sun. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a golden sun, emitting a blazing aura from head to toe. Since the Golden Lion King was here, did that mean that the Crown Prince had also brought people here? The eighth prince and the others were shocked. They quickly checked, but in the end they heaved a sigh of relief, because they did not find the first prince and the others. It seemed that the Golden Lion King was acting alone. Thinking of this, they had a strange expression, because when Lin Xian brought Duan Qingqing and the other two out, they were already shocked, because no one dared to move in such a small team. But now, when they saw that the Golden Lion King was actually fighting alone, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How strong and confident did the other party have to be to dare to walk on this land alone? One must know that no matter how strong a person was, their strength was limited. If they encountered other groups, they might be hunted down. However, not only did the Golden Lion King act alone, he was also safe and sound until now. This was enough to show how strong he was. Chapter 21-23. That was because there were too many people around the Golden Lion King. There were more than a dozen of them. It was the first time he had seen such a lineup. Even though he was a genius of the war tribe, he still had to be careful. However, he was not afraid because he had enough confidence in himself. Humph! The Golden Lion King snorted coldly. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back and looked down. When the royal elders of the Supreme Harmony Palace saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Heavens, this Golden Lion King was too arrogant. He actually dared to act alone. As expected of a genius of the war tribe, he was indeed valiant. Discussions could be heard. The Empress's eyes flickered. That was because she had paid a huge price to invite the Golden Lion King from the war tribe. It was all for the sake of helping her son, the first prince. Although the Golden Lion King appeared before the eighth prince and the others alone, she was still not too worried. That was because she knew that the strength of the war tribe was extremely terrifying. It was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Dark Grand Canyon. The eighth prince's expression was solemn. They stared at the Golden Lion King as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the Golden Lion King was alone, they were still extremely careful. They did not dare to be careless. The Golden Lion King stared at the eighth prince for a long time and did not make a move in the end. Then his gaze shifted away from the eighth prince and the others and landed on the dark Grand Canyon. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses around the eighth prince heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the Golden Lion King was from the legendary war tribe. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if such a terrifying existence were to make a move. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King's target was not them, but the dark Grand Canyon. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Ordinary people would not even be able to escape when facing the dark Grand Canyon. Yet the Golden Lion King dared to have designs on the dark Grand Canyon. Furthermore, he was alone. It was truly shocking. The Golden Lion King looked outside. Then his figure flashed as he tore through the void and headed toward the dark Grand Canyon. He really went in. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only them, the royal elders of the Supreme Harmony Palace were also extremely shocked. They did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so daring to explore such a forbidden place. The Golden Lion King entered the dark Grand Canyon. Soon after, its golden body was enveloped by countless black gales and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the dark Great Canyon, Lin Xian and the others did not know that the Golden Lion King had already entered. However, at this moment he was also in trouble. They were being pursued. A group of black crows chased after him. The crows were not big, but they were densely packed. There were tens of thousands of them, and every single one of them had blood-red eyes. This was the bloodthirsty demon crow. It was extremely violent and did not fear death. He chased them all the way. Thus, even though Lin Xian and the others had killed several thousand, they had attracted even more bloodthirsty demonic crows, which forced them to retreat. Damn, wasn't this crow a little too crazy? It actually chased him for 3,000 miles and still refused to give up? The Netherworld King's expression was incomparably ugly. Originally, they only wanted to pluck some dark flowers, but they didn't expect to provoke these bloodthirsty devil crows. Then there was a 3,000-mile chase. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. He flipped his hand and shot out a wave of ice aura. Immediately, the world behind him turned into ice, causing those bloodthirsty devil crows to be frozen into ice cubes. Even if they weren't frozen, they were affected by the ice and their speed was slowed down. The Netherworld King also formed a seal, forming a huge purple ball of light again. It spun rapidly, forming a powerful suction force. It attracted all the crazy crows in the surroundings. Right now, they couldn't kill these bloodthirsty devil crows at all. They could only slow them down as much as possible. Sure enough, under their continuous attacks, the distance between the two parties became farther and farther. In the end, Lin Xian and the others completely got rid of these bloodthirsty devil crows. Whoosh! It was really dangerous. The Netherworld King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Daoist Long's faces were also slightly pale, because it was too frightening just now. They were almost surrounded by the crows that filled the sky. If they couldn't escape, they would have turned into a pile of bones by now. As expected of a forbidden area, inside this dark Great Canyon, every place was extremely fierce. Even those beasts were much more terrifying than those outside. Next, they continued on their way. However, they soon discovered that there were a few figures in front of them rushing over. There were people. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became extremely vigilant. However, when they came close, they found that the figures in front of them were somewhat familiar. It was the third prince and the others. Immediately, their expressions became incomparably strange. They had finally found them. Daoist Long snorted coldly, and the Netherworld King also narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since they had met, they might as well fight. In front of them was indeed the third prince and the others. They were in a very sorry state. Some of the light on their bodies was dim. Some of their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale. At this moment, they were frantically running for their lives. However, when they saw the figures in front of them, their scalps went numb. Damn it, it was Daoist Long. It was the eighth prince's men. They actually sent people into. Could it be that they wanted to kill them all? The third prince and the others cursed loudly, their expressions incomparably ferocious. Third prince, what should we do? Should we change direction? The mighty figure next to him asked. At this moment, they had already lost one person, and the remaining few people were also injured. The third prince snorted coldly. There was no need to. He directly charged over. It just so happens that they can share some of the danger with us. At this thought, the third prince and the others sped up. Lin Xian and the others frowned when they saw the third prince speeding up and charging over. Then the power in their bodies erupted and they were about to attack. However, a voice came from the third prince's side. Don't attack. We have no ill intentions. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were stunned. But then, their expressions became extremely unpleasant. That was because they realized that the third prince was already close to them. It wasn't just them. Behind them, there were 5 figures that were chasing after them like lightning. Damn it, they were being chased. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others understood that the third prince was trying to divert the trouble away. Thinking of this, they were not stupid and quickly turned around to escape. However, they did not think of escaping to the back because there were countless black crows behind them, and they did not dare to go there at all. Therefore, they ran to the right. However, the third prince and the others were chasing after Lin Xian and the others, as if they wanted to move together. Chapter 21-24. Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long's expressions were also ugly because they had just escaped the pursuit of the bloodthirsty, demonic crows, and now they were inexplicably fleeing again. This made them very unhappy. The third prince sneered, "Who asked you to come in and chase us? Now flee with us." "Humph. Do you think we don't dare to make a move now?" Taoist Master Long snorted coldly, his expression cold. The third prince sneered, "If you have the ability, then do it. To tell you the truth, we have already lost an elite mighty. Even a powerful team like us can't withstand it. Do you think the three of you can resist the pursuit behind?" Hearing this, Taoist Master Long was stunned, and Lin Shuai also frowned. He asked coldly, "What did you guys provoke?" "Who knows? We just got lost, and this group of things came to kill us. Damn it, they look like crocodiles. Who knows what kind of monsters they are?" A mighty figure snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. They had already been chased for 20,000 miles, but the crocodiles behind them had no intention of giving up and continued to chase. One had to know that they were all mighty figures. Moreover, they were elite mighty figures, and they were also domineering existences that were respected by tens of thousands of people outside. They had never been chased like this, but now a few small crocodiles had killed them, leaving them with no way out. If this spread out, they wouldn't be able to survive in the future. What? Crocodiles? Are you fucking kidding me? The Lord of the Underworld cursed loudly. A few crocodiles could kill them? What a joke! He didn't believe it at all. On the side, Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. The dark canyon is very strange. Don't forget that the previous stalk of grass was so terrifying. Crocodiles are so terrifying, nothing is impossible." It's true. The corners of the Lord of the Underworld's mouth twitched. Indeed, the three of them had to work together to kill an ordinary stalk of grass. This was something that would never happen in the outside world. It could only be said that this dark canyon was really too strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was flying while using his soul force to probe behind him. When he discovered the crocodiles behind him, his pupils also constricted. Dark, demonic crocodile. These are dark, demonic crocodiles. Why would the legendary, terrifying beasts appear here? He was too shocked because he recognized the origin of these small black crocodiles. What? Dark, demonic crocodile? Kid, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Lord of the Underworld exclaimed. The faces of the third prince and the others darkened. If it was really the dark demon crocodile, then everything made sense. No wonder these crocodiles were so strong. The dark demon crocodile was a famous beast in ancient times. It was said that the blood of dragons and rocks flowed in its body. It was an extremely terrifying and cruel demon king. However, with the passage of time, this terrifying demonic beast had already disappeared in the long river of history. He just didn't expect that it would appear here again. Run. These creatures loved to eat human brains and flesh the most. The faces of the mighty figures on the third prince's side turned pale. Everyone in the grand imperial hall had solemn expressions when they saw this scene. They naturally saw Taoist Long, Lin Xian, and the others. Many of them were looking at Lin Xian. This was because they discovered that the young man was actually able to recognize the origin of the black crocodile. They were indeed surprised. This was because many of the imperial family's elders had not thought of it yet. Who was this young man? Many people asked. An elder on the eighth prince's side said. His name was Lin Xian, the number 1 swordsman of the younger generation. He had defeated the First Blade by Zijing and the others. He was a terrifying young genius. In the first round, only he and the Golden Lion King had maintained a complete victory. So it was him. Everyone came to a realization. Although many of them had never seen Lin Xian before, they had all heard of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, he had defeated Bai Zijing in the sword duel on Mount Hua, and his name had already spread throughout the Tai dynasty. Moreover, he had maintained a complete victory in the first round. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King of the war tribe could compare to him. However, they shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that Lin Xian and the other two were the vanguard team sent by the 8th prince. It seemed that the vanguard team was not in a good situation. These people had encountered the dark demon crocodiles, and it was difficult for them to escape. Lin Xian, the 3rd prince, and the others naturally knew this, so they ran for their lives. However, the dark demon crocodiles behind them chased closely. Because no one had entered for thousands of years, their desire for human brains had reached a peak. Therefore, when they saw humans, how could they let them go? Damn it, these animals are too despicable. Those mighty figures were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Xian said that there were only 5 crocodiles. If they worked together, there might be hope. What? You want to attack the dark demon crocodiles? When the mighty figures on the 3rd prince's side heard this, they all had strange expressions. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Those are the dark demon crocodiles. Even the elites couldn't withstand them. Do you think you can fight them? One might not be enough, but there are so many of them. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. These crocodiles were only in their infancy state. Although they were ferocious, their combat power was limited. I don't believe that I can't kill them. However, the 3rd prince's side was scared out of their wits and did not dare to fight at all. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders' mouths twitched when they heard Lin Xian's words. This young man was too bold. He actually dared to attack the dark demon crocodiles? This guy must be crazy. Previously, an elite mighty figure had his head pierced through. Did he think that he was invincible just because he won the first round? Some of the older generation sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the dark canyon, Lin Xian snorted when he saw that the 3rd prince and the others did not dare to fight. However, he then asked Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld, "What do you think? If they work together, they might be able to fight." Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Underworld frowned. However, the problem now is that only the 3 of us are willing to fight. The 3rd prince and the others don't dare to fight at all. If that's the case, the 3 of us won't be able to fight alone. Lin Xian said coldly. Don't worry, it's fine as long as the 3 of us are united. It's not up to them whether they fight or not. This time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld frowned. What do you want to do? Force the battle. Set up the array formation, block the way, and drag the 3rd prince and the others down. After all, we came to the dark canyon to look for opportunities, not to be hunted down. All right, let's do it. The Lord of the Underworld nodded. Indeed, he was very unhappy that they had been hunted down for so long. Moreover, the ones chasing after them were 5 small crocodiles. Sure, Taoist Master Long also agreed. He sent a voice transmission. I happen to have a set of array formations that can isolate space. Since that's the case, let's fight. Chapter 21-25. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld yelled, and 2 purplish-black wings appeared on his back, covering the sky. Taoist Master Long was even more direct. He raised his hand and formed a formation that completely sealed off the area. What? Seeing this, the 3rd prince and the others were stunned. What are the 3 of them trying to do? They were not the only ones. The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also stunned. They were going to start a war. However, they did not know if they were going to start a war with the 3rd prince or the dark, demonic crocodiles behind them. Damn it, what are you trying to do? A mighty figure on the 3rd prince's sighed, roared furiously. They were indeed shocked because they were already enemies with the eighth prince and the others. However, they did not expect the other party to suddenly attack. Were they not afraid of being killed by the black crocodiles? However, Lin Xian sneered. What are we doing? Of course, we're going to work together and kill the dark, demonic crocodiles. Since you're not going to take the initiative, don't blame us for taking action. What? Are you really going to attack the dark, demonic crocodiles? After hearing this, the third prince's expression changed drastically. He was about to go crazy. Bastard, if you want to attack, do it yourself. Don't drag me down with you. To be honest, he was extremely angry. He had experienced the strength of the dark, demonic crocodiles. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were definitely extremely terrifying monster kings. He did not dare to face them because, if he was not careful, he would die or lose the chance to become the crown prince. He did not want to take such a risk. However, now that Lin Xian was forcing him to do such a thing, how could he not be angry? Therefore, at the next moment, he shouted coldly, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Then he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying palm covered the sky and the earth as it rushed forward. Bang! Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw a punch. His terrifying fist landed on the palm. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Countless sparks flew in all directions and pierced through the void. The attack caused the third prince to take a few steps back. The team that he was in had completely stopped. Damn it! I miscalculated. The third prince's expression changed. Originally, he wanted to force the other party to retreat and break through the encirclement. However, he did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he was able to block his attack. In this moment of delay, the 5 black crocodiles and fishes behind had all rushed over. In the blink of an eye, those crocodiles came to their side, emitting monstrous, demonic chi. That aura, they all felt their hair stand on end. Damn it, attack! The third prince roared, and his king's domain rushed out, forming a terrifying cage that locked down the area. At the same time, the mighty figures around him also quickly counterattacked. Facing these terrifying black crocodiles, they didn't dare to be careless. On the other side, Lin Xian also sneered. The dragon's sword domain rushed out, forming a true dragon contending against all sides. Taoist dragon and lord of the underworld also acted quickly. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy flooded the entire space. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, this brat actually attacked the dark, demonic crocodile. Crazy, this was too crazy. They were too shocked because they didn't think that Lin Xian's ultimate goal was to drag the third prince along so that they could kill the dark, demonic crocodiles together. However, could they really succeed? These dark, demonic crocodiles were passed down from the primordial beasts. They were extremely terrifying. If they couldn't resist them, they would be killed. Among those people, only the third prince had a life-saving method. He could teleport back if his life was threatened. The others didn't have such a life-saving method. In other words, if they couldn't resist the crocodiles, they would be killed. It could be said that this was a huge gamble, a gamble with their lives as the price. However, at that moment, the royal elders at the front narrowed their eyes. The emperor's eyes flickered. This young man was quite interesting. Hearing that, the empress was also surprised. She had been with the emperor for more than 1,000 years. She rarely saw the emperor praise someone. However, the emperor was actually so interested in an unfamiliar young man that made her feel uneasy. That young man was invited by the 8th prince. Could it be that the emperor praised the 8th prince? However, at that moment, the emperor spoke again. The 3rd prince usually had a lot of schemes, but he lacked courage at critical moments. Hearing that, the royal elders fell silent. They couldn't refute that. Indeed, even someone like Lin Xian, who wasn't a prince and didn't have any trump cards, dared to risk his life. The third prince had a life-saving talisman, but he didn't dare to fight. He indeed lacked courage. However, the royal elders on the third prince's side didn't think so. They felt that it was normal for the third prince to not fight. After all, he was going to become the crown prince. Why would he take such a risk? However, no matter what, they didn't dare to go against the emperor. In the dark canyon, the battle was unusually intense. Lin Xian's side had twice the number of dark, demonic crocodiles, so it was 2 against 1. Even so, those ferocious, dark, demonic crocodiles weren't at a disadvantage. It was indeed shocking. Buzz! At that moment, a dark, demonic crocodile turned into a divine light and instantly pierced through the void, flying towards Lin Xian. Its target was Lin Xian's head. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. Whether it was the mighty figures fighting or the royal elders of the Grand Imperial Hall, they were all shocked. That was because such an attack was too dangerous. Last time, an elite mighty figure's head had been directly pierced through. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted, but then he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he sneered. Scram! Boom! Boom! His voice was like a thunderclap. Immediately, the sound wave turned into a sharp sword and spread out in all directions. The sky was instantly torn apart, like a piece of cloth. With a roar, heaven and earth collapsed. The dark, demonic crocodile was also affected. Sparks flew from its body because countless sound waves were like sword chi that ruthlessly blasted its body. This was because it was an Archean ferocious beast, whose defense was incomparably terrifying and comparable to top-notch armor. That was why it was able to withstand the attack. If it was any other monster king, it would have been pierced through in an instant. Even so, Lin Xian's sound wave contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the dark demonic crocodile was directly sent flying. What? It was actually sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The elders of the royal family and the mighty figures around the third prince were all stunned. Chapter 21-26. Previously, they had seen with their own eyes that the dark crocodile pierced through an elite powerhouse. However, the same move had failed in the hands of a young man. This was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid's combat strength was even more terrifying than a top powerhouse? Everyone was shocked. This was only a 6-star king. Was this the strength of a young genius? Not to mention them, even Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were shocked. Although they had fought alongside Lin Xian before, they realized that Lin Xian's combat strength was even stronger than before. No way! Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength before? The two of them were shocked. Lin Xian's face was also a little pale. It was too dangerous just now. The dark crocodile was blasted a few thousand meters away. Then it stopped moving. Its scarlet eyes were burning with anger. Then it roared and once again turned into a bolt of thunder and charged over. It was also extremely angry. A puny human had actually blasted it away with a sound wave. This ignited the anger in its heart and made it fierce. Therefore it charged over again. This was not good. This dark crocodile had gone crazy. When the third prince saw this, he quickly distanced himself. God knew how terrifying a crazy dark crocodile would be. Buzz! Facing the charging dark crocodile, Lin Xian also made his move. He was very decisive and slashed down with his sword. The terrifying sword light was like a black mountain that directly pressed down. The void in front of it was instantly shattered. However, the dark crocodile did not dodge. It directly cut through the void like a sharp sword. It cut through the terrifying sword chi and quickly charged over. Clang! In the next moment, it collided with the 9 darkness demonic sword and made a shocking sound. The surrounding space shattered. The powerhouses who were fighting also turned pale and quickly sealed their hearing. It was too terrifying. This kind of battle was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Lin Xian's face also changed because he felt an extremely terrifying force pouring into his arm through the sword. It wanted to tear his body apart. Was this an Archean beast? So strong indeed. Lin Xian was shocked. Although the other party was only a child, the strength he displayed was too terrifying. Ordinary elite almighties couldn't compare at all. Humph! But soon he snorted coldly and activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to shatter the force. Then he swung his sword again. Boom! Boom! The surrounding area exploded in an instant, and many people retreated one after another. This was because the two of them seemed to have gone crazy. The aftermath of this energy made them shudder with fear. As if infected by the two of them, the remaining 4 small black crocodiles also seemed to become manic. Not good. The third prince's expression changed. Daoist Long also let out an angry roar. Hurry up! Don't hesitate anymore. Let's join forces and kill him. Otherwise, there will be no way for us to survive. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These people also understood that the only way to survive now was to join hands. Therefore, they no longer had any other thoughts and decided to work together to kill these black crocodiles. Let's talk about the future in the future. A great battle erupted. Terrifying radiance filled heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. When the elders of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they all fell silent. This was probably the first time a human dared to directly attack an immemorial beast. On the other side, Lin Xian was also furious. Countless streaks of black sword qi swept out like streaks of black lightning, quickly slashing forward. As for the black crocodile, it was like a hard turtle shell. It relied on its own body to resist the terrifying sword qi. Every collision caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. 5 bolts of lightning. Lin Xian swung his sword. Immediately, the sky was filled with intertwining thunder and lightning. The terrifying power of lightning erupted and descended crazily. Boom! 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 In an instant, the surroundings were completely drowned in lightning, filled with violent power. The black crocodile was wrapped in countless bolts of lightning, and then a huge explosion occurred. Immediately, the crocodile was sent flying again. Its body was charred black. However, its scales were not cut open. It was just a small shock to him. Seeing this scene, the elders of the royal family exclaimed. Although they were not present personally, they could tell how terrifying the black crocodile was just by looking at the light screen. Roar! The black crocodile was completely enraged. It could not tolerate being sent flying twice by a human youth. It was an immemorial beast, a peerless, ferocious beast. How could it allow a human to be so arrogant? Therefore, in the next moment, it charged over crazily. A streak of black lightning flashed, cutting all the energy apart, and then fiercely blasted Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Immediately, the figure was directly smashed into pieces. What? Was it killed? Seeing this scene, Daoist Long and the others were shocked. The elders of the royal family also exclaimed. However, they were soon stunned, because they realized that although the figure was smashed into pieces, there was no blood spurting out. Clearly, he wasn't really killed. It was an afterimage. A royal family elder said coldly. The others were even more shocked. Heavens, this kid is too fast. He's even faster than the black crocodile. What movement technique did he master? Daoist Long and the others also realized that it was an afterimage and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then they stopped paying attention and focused on fighting the remaining 4 crocodiles. That's right, it was indeed an afterimage. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached an unbelievable level. His current speed was almost comparable to a peerless almighty. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying attack, just now he narrowly dodged it. However, the black crocodile did not intend to stop. The killing intent in its scarlet eyes became even stronger. Although its body was small, The aura it emitted at this moment was too terrifying. It was like a peerless demon king. Sure enough, in the next moment, the demonic aura on his body swept out and immediately formed an incomparably huge crocodile shadow above him. It soared into the sky and directly broke through the entire world. The huge body bobbed up and down, and the black scales were lifelike as if a real immemorial beast had been resurrected. Boom! Then the black crocodile swung its tail, and the huge crocodile shadow let out a roar and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed, and the terrifying crocodile shadow soared into the sky. Every scale was lifelike, as if it was made of immortal gold. It was surrounded by a murderous aura. Damn it, this is the power of my bloodline. How terrifying! When the royal family elders saw this scene through the light screen, they all gasped. Chapter 21-27. They had to admit that the opponent's bloodline power was too powerful. It was far beyond that of a human. Would this brat be able to withstand it? It would be difficult, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power, or a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have a chance at all. It would be good enough if he could protect himself. Perhaps it would not be long before he was killed. These people did not think highly of Lin Xian because the dark, demonic crocodile's reputation was too strong. Moreover, the crocodile in front of them displayed a heaven-defying bloodline power that shocked the royal elders. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. The huge shadow pressed down on him like 100,000 mountains, causing the blood in his body to freeze. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword mark in his body quickly circulated and eliminated the pressure brought by the bloodline. Then he waved the long sword in his hand. Buzz! Buzz! Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Streams of terrifying sword chi slashed down mercilessly like the beginning of the universe. In the next moment, the chaotic sword chi collided with the crocodile's shadow. A thunderous sound was heard, followed by an earth-shattering explosion of energy that swept out in all directions. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Heavens! What sword technique is he using? How can he block the bloodline power of an Archean beast? These people went crazy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. The sword technique was too powerful. Could it be a heaven-class cultivation technique? Some royal elders frowned. It can't be. A heaven-class cultivation technique was extremely rare. How could this kid have one? They did not know, but other than that, there was no other explanation. Everyone looked at the screen and swallowed their saliva. They realized that the battle prowess that Lin Xian had displayed was beyond their expectations. Roar! The dark, demonic crocodile also roared. It did not expect a human to be able to resist its bloodline power, which made it furious. So in the next moment, it launched another attack. After a roar, the huge, dark, demonic crocodile shadow above it also let out an earth-shattering roar. Countless layers of cloud scattered, and the terrifying spatial crack extended for an unknown distance. This sound was simply too terrifying. It shattered the world and tore the void apart. Then, in the terrifying sky, a huge black crocodile, as if it had been resurrected from ancient times, charged down rapidly. This scene was simply too terrifying. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth. The mountains, rivers, and forests below were all collapsing. He simply couldn't withstand this power. Seeing this, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate madly. At the same time, he once again unleashed his chaotic sword chi. The chaotic sword chi intertwined with each other and quickly slashed towards the sky. Instantly, the void shattered completely. Lin Xian retreated several thousand meters, his face pale. On the other side, the gigantic ancient silhouette was also blocked. In fact, there was even a crack on it. What? He cut open the ancient phantom. How did he do it? These people were all crazy. This was completely beyond their understanding. The black crocodile was also furious. Its body was trembling. Because the ancient phantom had been slashed apart, it had also caused him a certain amount of damage. Its red eyes were filled with malice as it stared fixedly at Lin Xian. At that moment, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, bring him in. I have a way to deal with him." This was a real ancient beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Hearing the dark red dragon's words, Lin Xian also sent a voice transmission. "Leave the demonic soul for me. I have a use for it." Then he took a step forward, and the aura of the great dragon sword soul erupted from his body again. In fact, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared from his body. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the royal family elders constricted. They were extremely shocked. That was the aura of the path of the dragon. Could he be a member of the royal family? They were too shocked because only the imperial family could achieve this kind of true dragon blessing. But now, the young man in front of them had actually done it. What was going on? Could it be that he was really a member of the royal family? Impossible. He's definitely not from the royal family. Could it be that he's from another dynasty? These people all frowned. However, at that moment, the eyes of the older generation experts were solemn. It was as if a knife had pierced through the void. Although it's also the aura of the Tao of Dragon, it should be different from that of the royal family. This kid must have some kind of secret technique. Indeed, it has nothing to do with our dragon vein. At that moment, the emperor also spoke. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. If it did, they would probably go crazy. The third prince and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the azure dragon phantom to appear on Lin Xian's body. It was indeed very surprising. The aura on Lin Xian's body made the black crocodile tremble uneasily. In the next moment, the dark, demonic crocodile roared angrily and charged forward with the terrifying ancient phantom. The azure dragon phantom on Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and turned into the dragon sword realm, slashing in all directions. It collided with the terrifying ancient phantom. In the sky, the azure dragon phantom and the crocodile phantom were constantly fighting. A terrifying aura exploded in an instant, and the heaven and earth went berserk. Endless light and endless figures were rolling in every corner of the void. They were like stars colliding with each other. Buzz! Everything around them was annihilated. No one could see the figures of Lin Xian and the black crocodile clearly. At that moment, a ball of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Suddenly, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes one after another. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. Buzz! A terrifying technique was used. The black crocodile was suddenly attacked and its body stiffened. Then it let out a crazy roar. The sound waves turned into sharp swords and pierced through the void, causing great destruction in the sky. It was too terrifying. Everyone's scalps went numb. Everyone was extremely shocked. Damn it! What the hell was going on? They all looked forward, wanting to see clearly. However, there was a vast ocean and endless light. It was like an exploding sun. They could not see clearly at all. Those Imperial clan elders were also extremely shocked. They also wanted to see clearly, but they were watching from the outside through the light screen. They were not at the scene in person, so they could not see clearly. If they were at the scene in person, they might be able to see clearly with their powerful strength. But now there was nothing they could do. However, in the endless light, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul appeared in his hand and turned into an azure dragon. It slapped forward. In an instant, it hit the black crocodile's body and knocked it to the ground. That palm was too terrifying. The power of the great dragon sword soul completely erupted. Immediately, the black crocodile's back was torn apart and blood spurted out. Roar!